Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com. Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com. Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com. Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate. 'Cause we converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights u
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com. Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com. Building to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the
Hello, welcome to the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023, presented by the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS. My name is Miguel Labadie from Dominica, and I'm excited to be your host. The OECS Trade Expo provides opportunities for stakeholders to converge, connect, and collaborate, showcasing products and services to a wide audience. This exposition proves to be a prime example of adapting to what has become the new normal, networking and trading within a virtual space. I encourage you to register and participate in this trade exhibition. Be sure to use the hashtags OECS Expo 2023, OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023, and OECS Expo. The event runs over a 3-day period from May 15 to 17 and is being live streamed on oecstradexpo.com. So prepare yourself for 2 days of events filled with roundtable discussions such as creating a more supportive business ecosystem and unlocking new opportunities for SMEs in the OECS, fireside chat sessions, and entertainment, including a virtual fashion and music showcase and an art exhibition, followed by a day dedicated exclusively to visit the exhibitors' booths. Ladies and gentlemen, let us officially begin with welcome remarks by Karim Geist, head of the OECS Competitive Business Unit, on behalf of the Director of Economic Affairs and Regional Integration, OECS Commission, Ms. Jacqueline Emmanuel. Okay, so this is the OECS Trade Expo 2023 presented by the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS. We will get back to Mr. Geist for his remarks on behalf of Ms. Emmanuel. Next, we have brief remarks by Stéphanie Puja, chef de projet, TICA Project Manager, Direction du Développement économique et des entreprises Interi TICA.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm Stéphanie Puja, the project manager of the TICA program. TICA is a co-funded cooperation program under the Interreg Caribbean.
We go back to him.
Can you hear me? All right, so between 2018 and 2022, we worked closely with the OECS Competitive Business Unit. and we assisted 26 companies in their export structuration and strategies. The objectives were to improve market knowledge, to assist Caribbean companies in the development of a durable export strategy, to facilitate access to funding solutions, and to facilitate the cooperation between regional companies. Despite numerous challenges, we achieved notable results such as the Passion Caraïbe collection, the music album Caribbean Flavor, and partnerships between companies from different member states. We are delighted to see the Oecs Virtual Expo Trade Expo taking place. It is the result of many months of work done by the Oecs teams. It is a great opportunity for our companies to showcase their know-how to the largest audience possible. It is also an opportunity to reinforce the integration of the French territories in the Oecs. I invite you to visit the TICA Trade Facilitation Team booth during these 3 days, so we will be providing information on the services offered by the team. I wish success to the first edition and the continuation of the collaboration between the Oecs and the Martinique Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Stéphanie Ploujian, for your remarks and for the Interreg TICA's partnership. At this time, we go back to the head of the Oecs Competitive Business Unit, Mr. Karim Geist, for the welcome remarks on behalf of Ms. Jacqueline Emmanuel.
Thank you, Miguel, and good morning. Let me recognize Dr. Didicus Jules, Director General of the Oecs Commission, Ms. Stephanie Pujar for your remarks, Project Manager, Chamber of Commerce of Martinique and TICA, Mr. Esperian Shogiakim Oliveira Gomez, Deputy Secretary General of the OACPS, Mr. Sergio Piazzardi, Policy Officer, Directorate General for International Partnerships, European Union Commission, Miguel Abadi, event host from the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Michael Henderson, composer and singer of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let me also recognize exhibitors, panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Oecs Virtual Trade Exposition. As the Director of Economic Affairs and Regional Integration Division at the Oecs Commission, it is my pleasure to address you today. The Virtual Trade Exposition marks a significant milestone for the region's business community, providing a unique platform to showcase the vast array of products and services that are produced in the Oecs region. With the ongoing business challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Virtual Trade Exposition offers an innovative and cost-efficient way for businesses to connect with buyers, investors, and other stakeholders from across the globe. The micro, small, and medium enterprises within our region play a vital role in creating jobs, generating income, and driving economic growth in the region. These MSMEs operate in a wide range of sectors, from agriculture and fisheries to tourism, manufacturing, and services. Despite their importance to the regional economy, MSMEs in the Oecs face a range of challenges, including limited access to financing, inadequate infrastructure, and a lack of access to global markets. And addressing these challenges requires a coordinated effort from governments, private sector stakeholders, and development partners. Over the next 2 days, while we participate in this exposition, we will also hear from a wide range of stakeholders on various topics which focus on the development and sustainability of businesses in the region. We at the Oecs Commission continue to do our part to support the growth and development of MSMEs in the Oecs. A range of initiatives and programs have been developed and implemented over the years, including the provision of grant financing, business development services, and access to market readiness technical capacity training. In addition, efforts have been made to improve the regulatory environment for doing business, with a focus on simplifying procedures and reducing the cost of doing business within our region. As the region continues to recover from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, It is essential that MSMEs are supported to play their full role in driving economic growth and creating jobs. By working together, governments, private sector, and other stakeholders and development partners can help to create a more enabling environment for MSMEs to thrive and contribute to a more resilient and sustainable economy within the OECS region. The OECS region has had a long and proud history of entrepreneurship, innovation, with businesses of all sizes contribute to the growth and development of our economies. From the production of high-quality agricultural products to the development of cutting-edge technologies, our region has much to offer to the global market. As we navigate the global economic challenges, it is more important that we work together to support our local businesses and entrepreneurs. By creating new opportunities for trade and investment, we can help to spur economic growth and create new jobs in our communities. I therefore encourage all participants to take advantage of the many opportunities that this event has to offer and to learn about the many products and services that are produced within our OECS borders. As we move towards declaring this virtual trade exposition open, I would like to thank our partners, sponsors, and exhibitors for their support in making this event possible. I look forward to a successful exposition and continued collaboration and partnerships in support of the region's economic growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kareem, for officially welcoming us to this landmark activity on behalf of the Director of Economic Affairs and Regional Integration, OECS Commission, Ms. Jacqueline Emmanuel. We wish to recognize international partners, European Union-funded 11th EDF, Regional Integration through Growth, Harmonization and Technology, RIGHT, EU-funded ACP TradeCom 2 program, consolidating the OECS Economic Union through Sustainable Trade Capacity Building, STCB, Interreg Caraïbes, TICA, International Trade Center, ITC, CCI Martinique, our many regional businesses and support organizations, several companies and institutions that have supported the Expo. The OECS Virtual Trade Expo is hosted on The Wave. Let's familiarize ourselves with the platform as our virtual guide gives us a tour.
Let's go to the Networking Lounge. The Networking Lounge is a social gathering room reserved for participants, buyers, exhibitors, and partners alike who are looking to converge, connect, and collaborate with one another through online chatting. As we can see, there are 4 options in which users can interact. The first is the public chat, where different users can broadcast their messages to all people in the event. The second is the private chat, where users can communicate one-on-one with each other. Private chats also include the file attachment option for sending documents to one another. The third is the exhibitor chat, where users can communicate with exhibitors that they are interested in. They can also search for particular exhibitors in the search bar. And finally, the participant's profile, where all registered participants are displayed for users to browse and talk to. They can also search for specific participants, they can also view a particular participant's details. Let's showcase where users will go to if they want to know more about the event. It's called the Information Desk. The Information Desk has 7 pages, which serve as a guide for users to be familiar with the event and even address some of their concerns. The first is about the event, which explains what to expect in the OECS Trade Expo event, along with its purpose. Next is the platform video, which presents a promotional video dedicated to the OECS event. In the customer support page, users can submit their concerns to the organizers should they have any issues or technical challenges encountered, and will submit a response within 24 hours. The Event Frequently Asked Questions page consists of multiple frequently asked questions by users, along with their corresponding answers, which will help others to understand more about the event. The program agenda page that was shown in the auditorium is also shown here, serving as a quick access for users to see and download the outline of all the events that will occur in the OECS event. About the organizer will showcase the background and history of the OECS event in detail. And finally, the speakers page, as what was discussed in the auditorium, displays all the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event along with their corresponding details.
Well, from the looks of things, this platform seems to be very user-friendly and quite easy to navigate. I must commend the team which has conceptualized and brought this virtual reality we see before us. Mr. Escipion Joaquin Oliveira Gomez, Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, shares his remarks.
Hello, my name is Escipion Oliveira Gomez. I am Assistant Secretary General at the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States based in Brussels. Today, I would like to invite you to actively participate in the trade exposition being organized by our sister institution, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, from May 15th to 20th. This expo will be organized exclusively virtually and will showcase world-class goods and services produced in the Eastern Caribbean. The Eastern Caribbean countries are well known for the beauty of its beaches, the beauty of its mountains, the beauty of its overall landscape, and also the beauty of its people. However, they are also well known for producing world-class goods and services, which are competitive and that have that special flavor that characterizes us in the Caribbean. We hope that you can participate fully in this fair and experience firsthand the warmth of the people and the competitiveness of our enterprises. The OECPS has collaborated actively with the OECS in the promotion of competitive medium and small-sized enterprises. This has been done through a joint program with the European Union called Trade.com. In this regard, we have collaborated with the efficient team led by Dr. Didikos Jules, the Director General of the OECS Secretariat, in supplying our SMEs with the necessary tools to penetrate world markets. So we're looking forward to receiving you, albeit virtually, in the beautiful Caribbean, and thanking you really for sharing with us this great expo.
The OECS Virtual Trade Expo features over 100 booths worthy of your visits.
Let's head to the exhibit hall. The exhibit hall is similar to that of the Partners Hall, in which it provides a physical exhibition experience for users. The booths that are within this room, however, are custom-designed booths made by exhibitors for personalization purposes, and to showcase their products and services as well. There are two categories for exhibitor booths. The first are the booths belonging to the Interreg TICA program, and the other category of booths belong to the OECS Trade Expo, also called as our exhibitors. Through clicking a category, the user will be shown all of the booths belonging to that particular category. The user can also search for particular booths through search filters, like searching a specific word, selecting a location or country, changing the booth category, or selecting an industry. Users can apply these changes by selecting the Apply Filter button, and they can reset those changes by clicking the Reset Filter button. Just like in Partners Hall, users can select a particular booth and view its corresponding attributes. Here we can see the 5 attributes that are seen in each booth. But there are 2 features that are only unique for exhibitor booths that are exclusive for participants and buyers. This can be seen on the company representative profile. The Schedule Meeting option and the Leave Virtual Card option. These features enable participants to interact with exhibitors, schedule business meetings, and share necessary contact information through private in-platform messaging. The Scheduled Meeting option lets participants and buyers to reserve a meeting with a particular exhibitor at a specified date where they are available. As we can see, the days highlighted in green are the dates that the exhibitor can be booked. Just pick a start date and an available time schedule. And then type in your concern. Then click Submit. And the meeting has now been scheduled. Next, the Leave Virtual Card option leaves a virtual card to an exhibitor, which can only be done once per day. This will leave the contact information of that user to that particular exhibitor for future interactions or collaborations.
Brief remarks by Mr. Karim Geist, once again, head of the OECS Competitive Business Unit, on behalf of Sergio Piazzari, Policy Office, Directorate General, International Partnerships, European Commission.
Thank you, Miguel. And I am pleased to present these brief remarks on behalf of our partners in the European Union. As the policy officer in charge of the European Commission of the management of the TradeCom 2, the ACP Trade Capacity Building Program, I am very pleased of this opportunity that has been offered to me to congratulate the organization of the Eastern Caribbean States Commission for launching this very important event, the OECS Virtual Trade Exposition, and welcome all the participants and representatives from the governments, private sector, and civil society, which is in the frame of the implementation of the TradeCom 2 program, where the European Commission, together with the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, have been long-standing partners of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Our common objective has been focused on developing the trade capacity which is required to achieve greater integration into regional and global markets, greater participation of the OECS trade in goods and services by private sector actors, and particular SMEs in both regional and global value chains. In this connection, the role of private sector actors and of SMEs in particular is essential to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth in line with Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. This at this time where recovery from COVID-19 and other challenges shall be matched by enhanced competitiveness and innovation. This is directly linked to the acquisition of the capacity skills that our work in partnerships with the OECS provides, and which is required to match the new digital and energy transition with the establishment of legal and regulatory framework prone to trade opportunities and sustainable investments in line with the objectives of the EU Global Gateway. Today's event is very important. I see this as a marking event, moving forward, strengthened in new digital landscape, which surely enhances and widens to new business, trade, and investment opportunities. As a conclusion, and also on behalf of the European Commission, I wish you all the best of results from your participation to this first OECS Virtual Trade Exposition. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Kareem. This time for remarks on behalf of Mr. Piazzardi, and we recognize the partnership of Mr. Piazzardi's organization. Growth, harmonization, and technology, right? EU-funded ACP TradeCom 2 program, consolidating the OECS Economic Union through Sustainable Trade Capacity Building, STCB. Interreg Caraïbe, TICA, International Trade Center, ITC, CCI Martinique, our many regional business support organizations, several companies and institutions who have supported the Expo. At this time, we invite the feature speaker, Dr. Didicus Jules, Director General of the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS.
Esteemed partners and representatives of the European Union, TICA, the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, exhibitors and panelists, colleagues of the OECS, and most importantly, all of you who have taken the time to participate in this virtual trade exposition. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this opening ceremony. As we all know, the global pandemic has disrupted economies and has forced us to adopt new ways of doing business. In the face of these challenges, the OECS has demonstrated resilience and innovation by embracing technology to facilitate trade within the region. Building resilience and cultivating innovation is a long road that needs to be walked with agility and speed. The challenges of our time require that we approach this with haste and with strategic intent. The Virtual Trade Exposition is an initial incursion into this technology of innovation for the purpose of trade promotion that brings the attention of the world to a representative range of goods, products, and services being produced in the OECS. I am delighted to see the participation of entrepreneurs, business leaders, policymakers, and other stakeholders from across the region. Over the next few days, we will engage in meaningful conversations. We intend to showcase our products and services and also to explore opportunities for collaboration and growth. This event is not only an important platform for promoting intra-regional trade, but it is also an opportunity to strengthen our economic ties and to contribute to the overall development of our region. We will be carefully analyzing the outcomes and impacts of this initiative to incorporate its lessons into our normal ways of doing business and to determine how best to increase trade and enhance business facilitation through virtual and digital modalities. As small island developing states, the future must be digital as equally as it is physical. Even where the physical movement of goods is necessary, the internet constitutes a third mode of transportation besides sea and air that will make financial transactions us to connect with global supply chains and enable us also to expand our market reach. Within the OECS, as we accelerate the creation of a single economic space, there is much to be done from a legislative and regulatory perspective, as well as a policy perspective that will enhance the ease of doing business. From the perspective of business development support, a conversation needs to be held with all business development organizations in our member states, as well as in the wider CARICOM space, and also with multilateral partners who are supporting entrepreneurship so that there can be convergence and rationalization of effort. Duplication of effort within the means the less than efficient deployment of resources. If we all concentrate on the same type of support activity, other critical areas that need to be addressed may not be properly attended. A division of labor based on comparative competence and capacity of all business support entities is necessary if we are to create an architecture that will sustain, support, and grow our businesses to global scale. Our entrepreneurs at the micro and small business stages need considerable hand-holding and support if their businesses are to be successfully escalated to the next level. And this discussion about division of labor between and among the BSOs and the most efficient ways of providing that support needs to be done with some urgency. We should not underestimate the magnitude of this challenge because essentially it means that we walk in the road as we are building it, while ensuring that our construction of this road to business success utilizes the most modern tools, the most efficient processes, and the most organized coordination. We look forward to your participation in this seminal event and also, importantly, to the outcomes and the contacts and business that may be generated from this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dedicus Jules. We solicit your presence to execute the official opening declaration of the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure I declare the Expo open.
So thank you, Dr. Jules, for staying with us. We are just about to officially declare the Expo open. So let's just count down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A round of applause as the Virtual Trade Expo is officially open. And now performing live the OECS Virtual Trade Expo jingle, we present Mikel Henderson.
foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register.
Economic union? Well, quite simply, an economic union is an agreement among a group of countries that allows the free movement of capital, people, goods and services among these countries without restrictions being imposed. Countries in an economic union also adopt a common set of social policies like access to healthcare, education, and jobs, and also monetary policies aimed at ensuring their economies remain stable and prosperous. It's like many small cogwheels coming together to form one large, interdependent, and strong system. Why was the Eastern Caribbean Economic Union established, and which countries are in it? An economic union facilitates a pooling of resources among its members to allow more business and competitive outcomes and enhance economic opportunities for citizens. As of the signing of the revised Treaty of Bastille on June 18, 2010, 7 member states of the OECS established the Eastern Caribbean Economic Union: Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Other OECS member states are free to join the union. How does the Eastern Caribbean Economic Union benefit me? You can now visit, live, and work in any member state without the need for a work permit or skill certificate and have access to all services. Your employment options are therefore expanded. As a consumer, you will have duty-free access to a wider number of sellers beyond your shores, as goods moving between member states will no longer attract import duties and charges. As a business owner, you benefit because you have the right to establish in any member state. So, if say Carib Tile wants to expand across the OECS, there are no longer any restrictions and technical barriers to establishing their business. The union is also good for service providers such as doctors, teachers, tradesmen, accountants, who can now provide their services to clients in other member states. The OECS has a proud history and bright future, and together, through our economic union, we are working to deliver a better standard of living for all of our citizens.
To the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States.
Located in Castries, St. Lucia, the OECS Commission is led by a Director General and one Commissioner from each OECS member country.
As the guardian of the revised Treaty of Bastille, the Commission serves as the executive organ of the organization.
The Commission is actively leading the execution of several projects and initiatives
to advance, support, and accelerate regional trade, economic, and social integration.
To mainstream climate, economic, environmental, and social resilience.
And to promote equity and social inclusion.
We delivered free movement and indefinite stay for all citizens across OECS protocol member states.
We continue to deliver safe and cost-effective medicines.
We deliver training, technical support, goods, and financing for advancements in education, agriculture, health, local business development, trade, social development, and environmental sustainability.
The OECS Commission continues to create opportunities and partnerships to deliver results.
Because we care about our region and our people.
Eastern integration is all about people. In 1981, the government of the Eastern Caribbean signed the Treaty of Bastia, establishing the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, to serve as a vehicle for development. Following nearly 3 decades of cooperation in mutual areas such as education, health, and diplomacy, in 2010, the OECS embarked on a new journey through the establishment of the Eastern Caribbean Economic Union. This new arrangement promises to deliver further benefits to the people of the region. To date, we are happy to report that the OECS integration movement has delivered numerous benefits to the people, including hassle-free travel through the use of a photo ID, greater access to employment through the elimination of work permits, indefinite stay upon arrival, access to social services throughout the member states, and a strong and common currency exists through the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Through these benefits and more, the OECS integration movement is seeking to uplift the lives of our people.
I think that the sustainable economic transformation of the members of the OECPS requires cooperation between states and the private sector. Well, then this cooperation will need to span several areas such as domestic resource mobilization, industrial transformation, and through technology and the upgrading of value chains. I believe that all our economies are doing well in that particular area. It is necessary to develop a vibrant micro, small and medium enterprise sector accompanied with increased inter and inter-regional trade.
Which separate us. One community. We are one people, spread across different islands with a harmonized vision for the future. We understand that together we are bigger, better, bolder. We have a strong, committed partner in the European Union. We understand that together we can get it right. So we're thinking right. Regional integration through growth, harmonization, and technology. To develop our region, we need the right building blocks and the right thinking people. People are always at the heart of any integration movement. People for business, to share culture, for the common identity and expression of that oneness. While we speak slightly differently, we have different names for the same things. We listen to and enjoy the same music, eat the same foods, share the same values, and see ourselves as one people from different parts of the same place. A shared ID, ease of travel and work, and portability of social security will further strengthen our common bond, allowing us to identify as one people, one culture, with one common future. While we erase the borders between us, we must also strengthen the border around us. We will strengthen and support the OECS Customs Union by helping customs and other border control agencies to identify and manage risks in order to keep the OECS Economic Union strong. Enhancing trade regionally and internationally will be made possible through a harmonized revenue collection on the import and export of goods into the Eastern Caribbean and facilitating the free circulation of goods among member states. This will include improved efficiency, predictability, and transparency in the application of non-tariff border taxes and charges. Small businesses are the heart of developing economies. An environment with a harmonized tariff regime across the Union, ease of intra-regional trade, and equal access to export outside the Union will ensure opportunities for growth of micro and small to medium-sized enterprises. Under the Blue Biotrade Initiative, the OECS Commission will work with member states to empower small-scale coastal producers to produce and trade clean conch products in domestic, regional, and international markets while adhering to international environmental, social, and economic sustainability criteria. A harmonized consumer protection policy across the islands ensures a shared environment for the development of consumer protection practices, the improvement of standards in business, and a mutually beneficial growth for both businesses and consumers. Micro, small, and medium enterprises will be given a better environment with opportunities to grow and thrive. The integration of the countries of the OECS creates the opportunity for development of business within a new, larger market. This new space must operate under a harmonized legislative framework to ensure ease of integration, compliance, trade, and growth. Under the current OECS Regional Strategy for Development of Statistics, the OECS Commission will work with departments of statistics and other relevant stakeholders in member states to improve the collection and publication of statistical data to support development. There will be a major focus on using ICT platforms for collecting and disseminating data to support decision-making, not just by government agencies, but also by the private sector and the public in general. The OECS Commission will work with member states to enhance tourism niche markets that involves local communities and highlights our heritage and environment that will make the OECS more attractive as a tourism destination. Work will also be focused on joint marketing to promote the OECS region around these themes. We are bigger, better, and bolder together, working towards regional integration through growth, harmonization, and technology. We must get it right for the generations to come. Together, we will get it right.
Hi, I am Jeanette.
And I am Floyd, and together we are JNF Fencing. What we do here is manufacture chain link fence wires, anything from 3 feet high to 10 feet high. Only manufacturing firm of this type in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have a variety of PVC coated colors, black, green. We have zinc coated, which is a silverish color.
We have the best quality for the lowest pricing in the Federation.
See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Yes.
Do you want to stay safe, secure, and resilient in these uncertain times with high-quality IT, network, and cybersecurity solutions? Come visit us at the Island Tech booth. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Welcome to the OECS Center Stage. I am Mashida Phillip, the owner of M Projects Creative Group. We have offices in Grenada and the US, allowing us to serve the entire region and beyond. We are passionate about telling authentic Caribbean stories, highlighting our rich and diverse cultural heritage that capture the region's essence. Our services include production from conceptualization to distribution and events. At M Projects, we are always on the lookout for new opportunities to expand our reach within the region. I am excited to introduce you to our signature event, the 12 Degrees North, 61 Degrees West Grenada Film Festival, simply known as 1261 Film Festival. As a UNESCO awardee, we are committed to promoting the development of Grenada's film industry and bringing attention to the region's talented filmmakers and industry professionals. In addition to our commitment to promoting the creative economy, we strive to incorporate an eco-friendly practices. Our tech-savvy approach and use of virtual platforms enable us to reduce our carbon footprint.
Good morning, my loyal listeners. Another beautiful sunny day on this liquor rack in the Caribbean.
Every year, we carefully select and showcase a range of films, workshops, and panel discussions. This enables us to build connections with various stakeholders. As organizers of Grenada's longest-running independent film platform, we recognize the opportunity and challenges within the industry, especially within our region, where access to funding, exposure, and representation can be limited.
This story could not have been done without Grenada and all the Grenadians that make up the wonderful island. And it's a story that needs to be shared. It's about the spirit of liberation and what that could look like once one large group of people are unified under hope. And I'm so excited that this film is being screened around the world and could provide the world just a taste of Grenada's amazingness. So thank you, Grenada. Thank you, Ms. Shida. And of course, the 1261 Film Festival.
1261 Film Festival is an essential asset to our community. It provides a platform for filmmakers to authenticate their stories without censorship or the need for permission. It also provides distributors and investors business opportunity to discover new and exciting projects while allowing filmmakers to connect with industry professionals. Our festival has a track record of success, with films screened here going on to receive distribution in Africa and the US. Some has even been featured on major streaming networks. Last year, Raw Materials, a Jamaican film, was premiered at our festival and was later nominated for an Oscar during the Pan-African Film Festival in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us Center Stage. If you would like to learn more about the 12 Degrees North, 61 Degrees West Grenada Film Festival, how to get involved in promoting Caribbean cinema, or about M Projects, do visit us at our booth. We look forward to welcoming you to Grenada this October for the 5th annual 1261 Film Festival. We can't wait to see you there.
have for everyone. First of all, I've been writing a column in the Daily Observer for over 12 years called Ask Karen, and everybody keeps saying to me, can you put these articles into a book? Because we don't have the newspaper anymore, except it's online. Right. So I did the Ask Karen book. This has 101 of the articles that you love the most. I get so much feedback. Wow. Yes, our audience, our readers are very responsive. Okay. So I put 101 of the ones you liked the most into a book for you, just for you, because you've asked. And the second thing I did is that I created a wellness app. And this app has a list of all the mental health professionals in Antigua and Barbuda. It has resources, where to go if you need information. We have some meditations on the app. We have some quizzes so you can find out, how do I know if I'm depressed? How do I know if I have a learning disability? There are some articles for you. The app has a whole bunch of stuff, meditations, breathing exercises, and the most important part is the resources available in Antigua and Barbuda.
Hi there, and welcome to Symphony Marketing. I am Sheldon T. John, your Chief Marketing Strategist. The word Symphony was specifically chosen to deepen our relationship with you. Yes, it's a Greek word, and it means confluence. Symphony Marketing is a people-first, data-driven, rewards and relationships-oriented, and digitally focused marketing consultancy. We were primarily built to introduce transformative marketing strategies, and combined with your client-specific marketing creative solutions, we will endeavor to embolden your marketing resolve. We always remember that we value people. Yes, we fight for people. This is why our marketing approach will always attempt to create value for both your customers and your staff alike. Now, you may be asking yourself, why? Why is it a marketing consultancy is fighting for people? Well, you see, the thing is, we have discovered while working with many different clients that your best people are the ones not seen, are the ones not heard, right? And when we discover through working and researching your company, we come to realize that these people have hidden talents, hidden gifts, abilities, incredible stuff. We fight for them. We talk with them. We encourage them. We build them. Now, we report back to you, of course, but we show that this person has a lot of potential.
In the interest of time, I'll only name 4, and they are ambient marketing, which is for unique outdoor advertising, ambiance marketing, which will enhance your office space by appealing to our 5 senses. We have loyalty marketing, which would be to create memberships to generate retention. And finally, we also have idiosyncratic marketing, which would sort of, integrate your hobbies into your business. We do much more than just create your marketing edge. All right. We can administer training. And for this, we'll create all the materials. You don't have to worry about a thing. We'll create the handouts, the presentation, the team activities. We'll also create the follow-up activities. We'll create the assessments. And finally, we'll create the report. All right. We also do workshops. And for these workshops, what we would tend to follow up with is to ensure that we understand what your challenges are. What is it that you're struggling with at your business so that the workshops can identify, address, and aim to solve effectively. We would offer support to your marketing plan through media. So we would deliver high-end photography, we will deliver videography, we will deliver graphic design tailored specifically to your brand and your brand message, and we will also deliver music. And when I say music, I'm talking about, thing to make your move, man. Yeah. Music that you've never heard before. We'll create it. Original song or a jingle or whatever you need. A rap. No, I can't rap, but a rap or anything like that. We will get the vocals. We'll get the language. We'll get the lyrics and deliver to you. Yeah? Fantastic. Marketing possesses many, many benefits. Many benefits. By hiring us, we will endeavor to offer you. Now, keep in mind that this is by no means an exhaustive list, but we will endeavor to offer you ways to motivate your staff, ways to incentivize your customers, methodologies for your staff to study and preferably marketing, psychological approaches to anticipate and therefore prepare for consumer behavior, such as seasonal buying. Thank you so much for allowing me to share with you today a brief insight into Simvoli marketing. So let's have a discussion. Let's talk. Contact us today. Use the information on your screen right now, and I look forward to welcoming you to the Simvoli family. Thank you so very much. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Gideon Augustine, the Managing Director of Island Tech, an IT and project management consulting company based in St. Lucia, but with regional and international reach. Island Tech services include, but are not limited to, PC repair and maintenance, hardware and software procurement, structured cabling, network design, installation and maintenance, CCTV access control, installation and maintenance, PBX, procurement, installation and maintenance, cybersecurity, IT and project management consulting, information and knowledge management consulting, remote support, and many other services. If we don't currently have a service that you require, we have an affiliate of partners who can definitely service your needs. Island Tech's current partners include Microsoft, Access Communications, G5 Cybersecurity, Fasoft, 123 Digital, and MC3 Caribbean. One of Island Tech's most popular suite of services is physical and cybersecurity. Physical security includes access control, alarm systems, and CCTV systems for home and commercial customers. We've just added cybersecurity to our suite of services recently. We partnered with G5 Cybersecurity out of the US, and we're now offering cybersecurity services to both our local and our international clients. Some of Island Tech's most noteworthy experiences include the 2007 ICC World Cup Cricket, where we were the IT managers for the media and accreditation centers for the Boseju Cricket Ground. We were also called back by ICC to be the venue IT managers for the Boseju Cricket Ground for the World T20 Cup in 2010. Also, Islandtech was a member of a consulting team that won the bid to assess the network infrastructure of the University of Guyana. And as a result, the university has implemented 80% of our recommendations, and the IT department, which was ranked the lowest in 2018, as of 2022, is ranked #1. In 2022, Islandtech won the bid to be the IT consultants for the GCF AgReady project for the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. We have thus far delivered a virtual marketplace, a virtual course, and a virtual knowledge management platform for that project. And it was all done remotely. The services that Islandtech provides has had a positive impact on our customers. For instance, we just recently upgraded the wireless network at the residence of Dimple Louisi, and we are currently in a major upgrade of the CCTV and network infrastructure of St. Lucia Distillers to facilitate the new tourism enhancement project for the company. The project encompasses over 2 or 3 acres of land for both commercial and tourism projects. In 2021, Islandtech was part of a consultancy to train the IS department in the Ministry of Finance of the Government of Barbados in IT risk management and financial risk management. There's so much more that Islandtech does, and we would love for you to reach out to us at www.islandtechinc.com to find out how you can stay safe, secure, and resilient in these uncertain times.
Our official opening ceremony has come to an end. We are well into our program. This session is no more than exhibitors. This is the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. Now for this teaser.
So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. And shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. And shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges.
Let's move on to the center stage. The center stage brings us to a video presentation along with another virtual audience. The center stage feature gives selected MSMEs an opportunity to demonstrate their products and services with recorded 5-minute videos. These videos will be available for the audience to access at their own pace. This feature will help MSMEs showcase their offerings and promote their businesses to a wider audience. The user can select the videos they want to play through categorized batches, and they can also pause, play, adjust the volume,
quality engineering, project management,
and maximize the video. On the left and right are another set of posters, and an announcement scroller at the bottom can be seen containing upcoming announcements. Users can also select the presenter's name at the bottom of the video to view their particular booth. They can also like the video by clicking the heart icon. Let's head to the exhibit hall. The exhibit hall is similar to that of the Partners Hall, in which it provides a physical exhibition experience for users. The booths that are within this room, however, are custom-designed booths made by exhibitors for personalization purposes, and to showcase their products and services as well. There are two categories for exhibitor booths. The first are the booths belonging to the Interreg TICA program, and the other category of booths belong to the OECS Trade Expo, also called as our exhibitors. Through clicking a category, the user will be shown all of the booths belonging to that particular category. The user can also search for particular booths through search filters, like searching a specific word. selecting a location or country, changing the booth category, or selecting an industry. Users can apply these changes by selecting the Apply filter button, and they can reset those changes by clicking the Reset Filter button. Just like in Partners Hall, users can select a particular booth and view its corresponding attributes. Here we can see the 5 attributes that are seen in each booth. But there are 2 features that are only unique for exhibitor booths that are exclusive for participants and buyers. This can be seen on the company representative profile. The Schedule Meeting option and the Leave Virtual Card option. These features enable participants to interact with exhibitors, schedule business meetings, and share necessary contact information through private in-platform messaging. The Schedule Meeting option lets participants and buyers to reserve a meeting with a particular exhibitor at a specified date where they are available. As we can see, the days highlighted in green are the dates that the exhibitor can be booked. Just pick a start date and an available time schedule. And then type in your concern. Then click Submit. And the meeting has now been scheduled. Next, the Leave Virtual Card option leaves a virtual card to an exhibitor, which can only be done once per day. This will leave the contact information of that user to that particular exhibitor for future interactions or collaborations.
The OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. Over the past years, we have seen a developing medical cannabis industry, even from a Caribbean standpoint. Islands like Jamaica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are already leading the way in that context. For our first fireside chat session, we look at the journey of medical cannabis in the Caribbean from a St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica experience. This session is being moderated by Annette Henry, attorney at law and consultant in the cannabis industry. Once again, let's introduce our moderator, attorney at law, Annette Henry.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. It is indeed a pleasure for me to moderate this session. Congratulations to the OECS on this Trade Expo and for including a session on the cannabis industry in the Caribbean. This morning, the topic is the journey of medical cannabis in the Caribbean from a St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica experience. Our panelist this morning is Dr. Michelle Emmanuel, and Dr. Emmanuel is a lecturer at the Department of Life Sciences at the University of the West Indies, Mona Campus, Jamaica. We also have Dr. Gerald Thompson, and he too is no stranger to the cannabis industry. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Medical Cannabis Authority in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And in his own right, he's also a medical doctor. We were supposed to have the Honorable Sabata Caesar, Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labor from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But regrettably, he had an emergency. So I'm seeking you all your apologies is extended, and I'm seeking your understanding. Looking forward to having a good chat, conversation with Dr. Emmanuel and Dr. Gerald Thompson. As we start this journey, I think as we start this journey this morning, it is indeed a good journey to speak on medical cannabis. And I'm fully aware that there are other countries in the Eastern Caribbean states too that have been implementing system either to decriminalize or to put in place a framework for the medicinal cannabis industry. But this morning we will be zeroing in on what has happened in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also what has been happening in Jamaica. The speakers no doubt will tell you that when it comes to the medicinal cannabis industry or cannabis in and of itself, they have to bear in mind what happened at the international level, more so at the United Nations level. And you will hear no doubt matters relating to the International Narcotics Drugs Convention. And it is quite common for discussions like these for us to hear about the single convention on narcotic drugs as amended by the 1972 protocol. You will hear about the Convention on Psychotropic Substances of 1971 and the United Nations Conventions Against Illicit Trade in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances of 1988. And these international drugs conventions are important for us to understand what each territory is experiencing as they seek to either decriminalize, put a framework in place for a medicinal cannabis industry, or otherwise. So therefore, without much ado, I want to get the conversation going. And I want to thank you for joining us to discuss our journey on medicinal cannabis in the Caribbean, with a focus on the experience in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica. I want you all to know, and I know that the audience is fully aware, that when it comes on to cannabis or medicinal cannabis as a whole, there have been many activities in the international arena, and by no lesser means, many activities in the Caribbean. And today we're going to hear more about that. There have been debates about whether or not countries should legalize, whether or not the framework that countries have in place is suitable for medium, small, and micro enterprises. And we have seen what has been happening in Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Greece, Germany since late, Israel for quite a while. And as I said, you will also see what has been happening in Antigua and Barbados, Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Just as a backdrop, Jamaica in 2015 did its amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act. And Dr. Michelle Emmanuel will assist us with that. But before I go, I want to salute, and it would be remiss of me if we do not salute the pioneers before us, who under the prohibitionist approach managed to convince the police, the JCF in Jamaica, Mandley West and Albert Lockhart doctors, who went ahead and conducted studies in Jamaica, and they were able to bring about two particular drugs, Canasol, in relation to treating with the pressure in the eye, and Cantimel that would assist with glaucoma. So prior to the recent amendment, we have seen work in Jamaica. We want to congratulate St. Vincent and the Grenadines and others who have decided to journey in this, what I would call fight. And when I say fight, good fight for change, to get rid of the prohibitionist approach and to ensure that we put medicine in the hands of our Caribbean people and the world. So at this time, without any further ado, I will invite Dr. Michelle Emmanuel to share with us first the Jamaica journey as it relates to our medicinal cannabis industry and the work that you have been doing at the University of the West Indies and elsewhere. Over to you, Dr. Emmanuel.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Henry, for such an informative introduction. And I would like to thank the members of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States for putting together such a symposium that will engage the sort of cannabis discussion throughout the Caribbean and the OECS region, which is very much needed. So in terms of Jamaica, we all know the Caribbean has a long, malangled relationship associated with the cannabis plant. And with that said, cannabis in the Caribbean is not just a plant. It's a cultural emblem for other people within this particular region. And it is based on the historical record and historical significance that saw the merging of different cultures, such as the Indian culture, the African culture, and the British, who was responsible for culminating and bringing those cultures together within the Caribbean, within the Caribbean region. So fast forward, we see where legislation has been amended within the region to facilitate cannabis trade, cannabis commerce, but it is within the medical context. And this poses some challenges within developing our local sectors. As we know, it is very clear that the first world countries have relaxed legislation and decriminalized cannabis because of medical persuasion. But in the developing world, particularly this particular region, it's been very different. The driving force has been more restorative justice and economic empowerment by a foreign direct investment model, and that definitely pose some challenges based on trade, based on commerce, and how the Caribbean is to be competitively advantaged, to have that competitive advantage globally. So in 2015, Jamaica relaxed legislation in terms of amendment of the Dangerous Drug Act. And we in the region have a Dangerous Drug Act, and the name does not send a very good signal based on the development of a medical cannabis sector. Today, Jamaica has actually granted more than 126 licenses and has permitted more than 156 exports to more than 10 different countries across the globe. So this is very promising. However, we know that cannabis legislation globally has not been one where any particular country has gotten it right. So how do we as a Caribbean region understand our competitive advantage of cultivating cannabis in an equatorial climate, and how can we maximize that potential of quality versus quantity by producing cannabis that where we could meet global standards and really participate within global markets. So the Caribbean region is very unique because traditionally we are known to have cultivation or producer countries such as St. Vincent and Jamaica, and these two countries have definitely taken the lead in terms of regulations, in terms of setting up authorities, and they are the first Caribbean countries to facilitate global trade and legal regulated markets from a vertically integrated cannabis sector. So this is very promising. However, the other countries where we know that tend to be particularly consumer markets, we see where legislation has been set up to facilitate the development of medical cannabis, of cannabis sectors, but it does not particularly pose that cohesiveness for regional integration and trade. And my research has clearly showed that within the unregulated market, cannabis is possibly the most traded intra-regional horticultural commodity and catches the highest economic value in its raw state. Even data coming out from St. Vincent shows that in regards to the amount of cannabis seizures over the past 10 years, has the prospects to contribute way more to gross domestic product, more than what banana did within its heyday production. So we can see the promising, and the region is no stranger to agricultural value chains. So the challenge is, how do we promulgate and be pragmatic based on creating legislation that will facilitate the integration of the region to tap into this global cannabis market. So should I continue, Annette?
No. Right. So thank you very much with that, Michelle. So based on what you're seeing, how has the legalization of medical cannabis impacted healthcare in Jamaica?
It has definitely impacted healthcare in several ways based on its allow the population access to therapeutic medicine that does not meet certain challenges and certain side effects that conventional medicine poses. However, in terms of the regulation and policy point of view, many of the regional jurisdictions have amended their Dangerous Drug Act to facilitate development of cannabis sectors. However, because the premise is medical cannabis, it poses challenges based on the Pharmaceutical Act, on the Health Act, even the Agricultural Act, where cannabis may not be a gazetted crop. It really does not bring about the sort of funding and a sort of public-private partnerships and a sort of government agencies to understand the interconnectedness and relationships that's associated with facilitating cannabis as a healthcare product.
Indeed. And we will get back to that because we would want to have that in discussion about what is happening in the Caribbean, more so St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica, in relation to cannabis-derived products, much more than the plant and the oil. What about the necessary amendments to the Food and Drug Act in the various countries so we can see more in relation to nutraceuticals rather than pure pharmaceuticals? We need to see the industry grow in that regard. And before we get to that, might I just invite Dr. Gerald Thompson from St. Vincent and Grenadines to journey with us, tell us about the amendments to your relevant act, and share with us what has been happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as we speak. Over to you, Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Thompson seems to be stuck. Oh.
Yes.
Dr. Thompson?
Yes. Annette, I think there may be a little instability in the part of the system here. But I want to say a pleasant good morning to you, Dr. Emmanuel. Annette, is always wonderful seeing you. And all the various persons who are online listening. It's a wonderful morning. Let me say that over the last 40 years, there's been a virtual revolution, what we call biotechnology. Being able to find out a lot more information about the science and chemistry of foods and plants. And I would say that it was in the early 90s that we discovered the endocannabinoid system in our bodies, the human body. Never had been found before, largely because research was not being done, was being prohibited by the international treaties and so. So it's been very pleasing that the science behind it has now, and for over the last 40 years, indicated that what the Rastafari was saying all the time was correct. That this particular plant had medicinal benefits as well as other benefits. In St. Vincent de Grenadines, let me say, we've taken an approach that not only in the creation of a medicinal industry, that is a number of things, but also to look at nutrition. In this whole global food security issue, what are the superfoods that are going to give you the phytonutrients and so forth? So everything is tied in with all that particular aspect. But for medicine, we've found that, and whatever research has been done has shown us that we justified that 20 conditions in our laws are and have been proven to be beneficial from the use of various aspects of medicinal cannabis. And surprisingly, there are about 4 conditions. Let me put it this way: anxiety, depression, sleep disorders, and various types of chronic pain, especially phantom pain, pain that doesn't have any injury, that would normally be considered to be recreational in nature, that they form with the bulk, actually, in our studies, the predominant reasons why persons are also seeking medicinal cannabis. And these things in other cultures would be bordering on recreation, but really they're medicinal. And I wanted to get that particular point over. And I would say that in St. Vincent, besides having the right policies, the laws, practical regulations, not overburdened regulations that ties everything down and cramps the whole industry and so, but regulations that may follow the legal process, but are also flexible in some regard. And I would say that this has been the core thing. But in addition, listening, observing the trends, and we were able to travel to the UK, to Canada, around the Caribbean, various other countries in South America, and get a better perspective of what is going on. So this may have started off, no doubt, with the Prime Minister and CARICOM and the heads of government looking at this, and then Jamaica would have taken the lead. But I think that there would have been a process of trying to get things right. And I want to say that for St. Vincent, we've had several, I think, strategic advantages. One of them basically being that, just like Jamaica, we've had abundance of sunlight. We've got a special soil in St. Vincent called Molic Andesol, highly fertile. And in addition, we have an abundance of water. Some places don't have that water availability. But more so, we have also had traditional cultivators who have that knowledge, that in-depth knowledge, and with some retooling and so forth, they have been the core of this particular whole birth of the industry. But in addition, there's been some functional requirements. Banking, we've been lucky and strategic in being able to implement that. Lab analysis, to be able to focus on the core aspect for cannabis, quality, being able to have quality. And we've been pushing the various companies and various entities to achieve good agricultural collection practice certification, the standards which are going to allow for international trade. I want to say that we've had other things like tissue culture lab and export protocols that have brought some practical aspect. But I think with all this, it has set the stage for a medicinal industry with medicinal cannabis at its core. And we are quite happy with the progress so far. Lots of challenges. And I would say Dr. Mal will support this. In 2020, the CND, that's the Center for the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, basically had a vote on a recommendation from the World Health Organization to reschedule cannabis. And disappointedly, they didn't do it. But what they did, they took cannabis off of a list called Schedule 4 of drugs that had no medicinal properties whatsoever. That has been an important step, but the rescheduling, I think, would have opened up the industry. And I think internationally, we've not seen the expansive growth that was expected in the cannabis industry because of this reason. And various countries are still very cautious. So it's still under 100 countries that have legalized for medicinal purposes. Some, like 3 or 4, have done for recreational purposes. But I think that the regulations have been too stringent, that somewhat cramps the industry to some degree. But it's a matter of the practical things that have been done. Having the traditional cultivators, having leadership at our level in terms of our minister, Sabota Caesar, and certainly in terms of the government, but more so having the technical aspects and regional consultants like Dr. Emmanuel, who has been helping us with training and so forth, training to retool traditional cultivators and so forth. We had just a week or so ago. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. But the important thing is that in spite of many challenges, which there are and which there will be, we are progressing and we are very keen on developing a regional market, but at the same time, making sure that the patients in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are taken care of. And internationally, St. Vincent can say they have quality, or the highest quality product at the lowest reasonable price, and that will be competitive in the international arena.
Thank you. And that is an excellent segue, because in your overview, you have touched some important points, and some that persons will deem there is an urgent need for us to do better. So on that note, I want to zero in on a particular topic, and I'm going to ask Dr. Emmanuel. There has been many views and agitation to say that the industry, though it seems to be moving along, not moving along fast enough. And with the movement that has been made, those traditional farmers, grassroots farmers and community who over the years would have experienced many of their homes were destroyed because of the prohibition approach, whether or not the framework as adequately provided for those farmers. Let me hear from you in 2 minutes or so about that, Dr. Emmanuel.
Sure. Thank you very much. And in 2018, my colleagues and I from the Department of Economics and Business Management within the university published a paper looking at the policy analysis and implications of establishing the Caribbean cannabis economy within the region. And one of the main challenges observed is every jurisdiction is faced with the task of balancing the emerging medical cannabis industry and formalizing the existing illegal trade. And these two separate models have been established, but neither has demonstrated coherence in the approach towards policy. We have also seen where some jurisdictions have proposed and gazetted laws pertaining to sacramental purposes. But however, the laws remain very unclear about the purchase, consumption, and economic value of participating within the sacramental part of cannabis. We have also seen where the actual laws and regulations governing the legal cannabis industry, with linkages for cultivation, processing, packaging, transportation, retail, must also include clear laws surrounding purchase, consumption, and advertising. We have also seen where there has been problematic relationships between key government agencies involved in establishing the medical cannabis regime and agencies within the government, such as the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the cannabis regulating authorities. For example, Jamaica's perspective, the Ministry of Health has a number of roles to play within the new therapeutic market, which includes approval of nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals for the cannabis products under the Food and Drugs Act and the issuing of permits towards tourists. But we have not seen where the general oversight over the medical professionals who issues cannabis recommendations for consumers to access has been something that has been forthcoming. The Dangerous Drug Act has also reformed and has facilitated elements of commoditizing the cannabis market model. However, we have seen that has been somewhat at the expense of leveraging Jamaica's cultural reputation and artisanal production. So we have seen where the first world countries have definitely, such as Canada, the United States, California, has had challenges based on overproduction. And in recent times, we have seen we have seen where some dumping of cannabis may have taken place within other Jamaican market, where the saturated market based on production that has taken place in terms of Canada. We have seen where Jamaica received an import that was specifically to support marketing research, but the marketing research there facilitated commercial commerce at the expense of the local production. So these are challenges that we are definitely going to face regionally. And if you understand, the unregulated market in the region currently is pretty much dominated by cannabis coming from first world countries. So how do we as a region understand these trends and understand the current market and understand the niche advantage and market access that we can now provide based on differentiation, based on cultural reputation, based on using connotations such as sun-grown, organic, that could definitely fetch certain market value within the global space. But firstly, we need to understand developing our local markets to facilitate local commerce. It's very difficult to do that under the medical regime because the Caribbean region, as I said, has a cultural emblem where cannabis is concern. Islands like St. Vincent, Jamaica, cannabis is seen as an indicator species for these countries. So understanding the cross linkages, the backward linkages within the cannabis value chain will allow us to unlock the economic potential of this sector.
Excellent. And based on that, I can, both of you have indicated some of the technical barriers, and I can also hear you share some opportunities, because you will agree with me that notwithstanding some of the challenges we're facing, the cannabis industry is here to stay. And with the cannabis industry here to stay, we're going to need our players, our traditional farmers, we're going to need our communities, and we're going to need our businessmen, because it is that kind of collaboration that will be needed to propel the industry where it ought to go. But what is needed is some certainty in the legal and regulatory framework. And we want to speak that way. And when we speak as public officers, lecturers, or consultants, it is for the better, so we can benefit from this whole industry. And on that note, I would want to say, as I asked Dr. Gerald and yourself, Dr. Emmanuel, when we think of cannabis tourism in the Caribbean, cannabis-derived products, we talked about the nutraceutical, and we want to also build a business of health, because cannabis is for health and wellness. And that is why we talk about the nutraceutical, and we have to move away from persons thinking only of the young man or the young woman, just basically rubbing out the hand middle. We have passed that. And we are on a path where we have to continue the public education to ensure that persons are fully aware of the benefit. So it is still important for countries in the OECS and the wider Caribbean to continue that deliberate public education. And on that note, Dr. Thompson and Dr. Emmanuel, until we're told, because I know we started a bit late, I want you all in a very succinct and pointed way to speak to the government, the different leaders in the Caribbean, in the OECS. I want you to tell them in your own words, what can they do individually and collectively to support and grow the cannabis industry? Talk to them.
Yeah. I don't know if I should start first.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes, thank you
You
very
have
much.
the floor.
In the Vincentian page, virtual room, we published a document there, how to start up an industry. And many consultants around the world, I'm sure, will be able to come to the Caribbean and give people advice. But we've given a 10-point practical thing of really how to. I would like people to read it. But sharing at a regional level is quite important. And I've been happy with the communication that's taking place between the CEOs of the various countries involved in cannabis, as well as the traditional cultivator leaders around the region. That needs to be, I think, exemplified much more. But I believe that, I go back to the history of banana. Banana, Jamaica, St. Vincent, we were all big producers, but our traditional market, our market in Europe dried up because of challenges from nations in Central America that could produce it at a cheaper rate. In other words, we were producing banana that was a little bit more expensive. And therefore, there were issues in terms of competition and so forth and things like that. In the case of cannabis, our method of cultivation in the Caribbean, I would say 2x greenhouses and outdoor grow, is far cheaper than that of the nations in the north that have very expensive, costly forms of production that are hindering their profitability. We have to leverage this process. And Dr. Emmanuel has talked about the various papers that are now showing that plants that are planted in a natural sunlight, sun-bathed cannabis, have a much more healthy profile and so forth to them than those that are in some deep indoor facility. But in addition to this, we have to still address the issue of quality and be able to prove it. And that's why in St. Vincent, in terms of the laboratory that has been established here, we're looking to share that and set up protocols of how various entities could have their product tested in a seamless way that customs and other entities and so are not going to prohibit. But I do believe, as you said, that at a regional level, there can also be provisions in which visitors and so who move around, our visiting qualified patients, because the number of people from we in our law allow for the VQP, the visiting qualified patient, to come in and be able to access, based on their medical card, medical cannabis without having to go through the process. And believe it or not, in assessment of the various process, which we now are able to do in an electronic way, we're using electronic software, we found that 50% of the persons using cannabis are female, not the young males and so forth that you've been talking about, Annette, you just mentioned. And that the age group we're talking about ranges from 30 up to about 45 or so as being the larger use. And it's because people are being helped with their medical conditions, the pain, the anxiety, the nausea, vomiting, appetite loss, chronic conditions, nerve damage, all the sort of things. I could go down the list. And this form of treatment, I think, can be more affordable and cheaper than what persons would have to. The cost, as a medical doctor, I'm seeing the cost of some medications coming out today are huge. Massive amounts of money. People are definitely gouging. But I believe that medicinal cannabis can certainly take its rightful place in the profile of things. And that's why we have been training doctors, nurses, and pharmacists at all levels, and we've trained a substantial amount of them. I'm sad to say that in medical schools today, they're still not educating young doctors about the endocannabinoid system. Some are doing it, but it's not being done sufficiently. And I think that this is where you're going to see. But more so, at a regional level, I'm hoping that we could even go towards creating a single space. This can be done as an inter-se within the context of the INCB, and we have to explore it. But the sharing of information, the sharing of resources, the sharing of various other things and tools and so forth, I think is very, very important. And there has to be a discussion at this, not only at the highest level of government, not only at the regulatory level, but also with traditional cultivators and so forth who have a huge level of experience and knowledge and will be able to play their important part in this.
Thank you very much. Dr. Emmanuel.
Yes, and what I will have to say is that cannabis for a single species of plant has had profound impact on human being, from nutritional to structural to medical to spiritual, and all these various connotations in historical context have proven very significant in the development of the human species. Today, we have understood that all higher organisms has an endocannabinoid system, which like Dr. Thompson spoke of. And this means that the human body is known to produce cannabinoids endogenously. And with that said, that cannabis today can indirectly increase your quality of life in many ways. We know we work significantly hard, we don't sleep well, we don't eat well, and our lifestyle has been out of context in many ways, that we see many lifestyle diseases presenting itself in very high percentages, such as various cancers, so forth. So understanding the usage of cannabis from a therapeutic, medical, and spiritual connotation could impact our livelihoods in significant ways, particularly our aging populations that suffer from dementia-related conditions. So with that said, cannabis can indirectly make you a much happier person, make you interact with your family, make you sleep better, make you eat better. And I always say that you may not be able to go to a store to buy happiness, but you can go to a store and buy cannabis that could make you happier. So your quality of life is, increased significantly, and so on. So the Caribbean archipelago is one where it's very unique in the biogeographical, meaning the natural resources that are available to like different countries. And this would allude to the fact that the production costs of the agricultural commodity is going to vary based on these jurisdictions. Also, the socio-economic demographics within the region is different based on the different countries and territories such as Trinidad, Guyana, Oecs, Jamaica. So we need to understand those things, and enacting correct cannabis legislation across all these territories is a very complex task. But given the interconnectedness where we have known in terms of the trade patterns between various countries and the globes, is something that we can definitely tap into. So an integrated approach is very much needed in developing domestic cannabis economies within various Caribbean territories, from a policy point of view, from a legal framework, from a historical and cultural experiences, from understanding entrepreneurship and business, marketing, the science, and the medical points of view that would be necessary to promulgate this industry further. So therefore, it is very important that the region, particularly the governments, understand the importance of research and training in terms of competence to really serve the cannabis industry. So academic institutions, the public-private sector would need to coordinate and facilitate the research and funding that would be very, very, very much instrumental to provide a greater understanding of the backward, forward, and cross linkages to support the development of the cannabis value chain.
Thank you. What a morning this has been. And I see Dr. Gerald, and I am watching to ensure that we're still in time. So I see Dr. Gerald, certainly go ahead. I know that Dr. Emmanuel has to go shortly.
Yes, I need to make a move, yes.
Well, I could stay all day. You know what I mean, Annette? I could stay all day. But I want to say, and say clearly to everybody, that any industry being developed has huge challenges, especially in this global competitive market. There are lots of technical barriers to trade. And I don't want persons to get the impression that it is easy, because the technical barriers to trade in terms of products being traded regionally and internationally is going to face not only competition, but stringent regulations from not only the INCB, but also the importing countries. And that's why we have focused a lot on ensuring that there's quality and testing for it and making sure to reinforce that. But in addition to that meeting the quality standards, there has to be a story. And I've been doing research in terms of our Indian person of Indian extraction have indicated to me that cannabis, what they call ganja, was brought in the 1800s to St. Vincent. Ganja apparently is a term called herb of the Ganges, of the Ganges River. And that's where ganja came. Marijuana, as you know, is a term coming out of Mexico. But there is an important story that can be added to the concept of quality that relates to our island population, whether it is Rastafari, whether it is Garifuna, whether it is traditional cultivators in general. And that story, as a form of fair trade and so forth, has to be promoted as part of our international trade package. But I also feel that that concept of fairness and equity has to be included. And in St. Vincent, we do have now consumption lounges. I mean, Jamaica has herb houses and so on. But the concept of consumption lounges and training and so forth really can go a long way. But it's how do we also tell that story so that visitors, you mentioned the concept of tourism, who come into the country, to the Caribbean, as well as other entities who would like to experience some unique things or medicinal benefits unique for the Caribbean. I think that this is a story that research, as Dr. Emmanuel is going to be able to tell, and we're going to have to be pushing it.
Thank you very much. And on that note, as I close, being also one of the first director of the Cannabis Licensing Authority in Jamaica and the chairperson for the Working Fair Trade Group in the Caribbean, where we have a number for CARICOM and other islands joining in. One thing we can say, and I know Dr. Emmanuel and others, yourself make contribution. One, we will in any way continue the discussion to ensure that the value and the right place that cannabis ought to be, it eventually gets there. And that is why a trade expo like this, that has involved a discussion on cannabis, and as we say in Jamaica, ganja, is really commendable because, as I said before, it is here to stay. And on that note, as the moderator, I just join in by saying, as I speak to the various governments, one, we will have to have purpose-driven legislations and regulations that are inclusive. And in short, we have had many years in the case of Jamaica, over 7 years, where we congratulate the government and want to congratulate the regulators for what they have done so far. but there have been much said and much given where we can improve. I think enough time is there, and we need to now just ensure that we have that purpose-driven, inclusive model that we can share in the Caribbean region. Also, we will have to recognize that the United Nations is there and these conventions are there. We will be respectful, but we're doing research, we're learning more, and we need to see more CARICOM, Caribbean islands, participate in these international fora to ensure that our voices are heard, because Jamaica, St. Vincent, and other places are well respected when it comes to cannabis and ganja. The research has to continue so we can assist in making meaningful contribution to the move away from that prohibitionist approach where we can see more cannabis derived. We also want to deal with the social injustice issues and ensure that as we amend our legislation or as we put new ones in there, we get away terminologies that are not in sync with the movement forward. We want to also create a place where our traditional grassroots communities, likewise our business persons, whether locally and internationally, can see a place where they can participate. I say that the banking industry is still a challenge, but we must continue to watch what is happening in the United States and elsewhere. St. Vincent and Grenadines has found a way. It may not be the best, but it's an excellent start. And with that, I believe the time has come for the legal minds, the researchers and all, to look at our various banking services law, to prepare ourselves so when the time has come, we will not be catching up, we'll be ready. I think as Caribbean people, we should be bold. And I say to the leaders, listen to each and every one of us. There are lessons learned from Jamaica, lessons learned from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, lessons learned from Antigua and Barbuda. I know St. Lucia is currently working on a model, and I take it that they will also be looking on. I want to commend the St. Vincent and Grenadines as the first OECS state that has put in place a medicinal cannabis. I want to commend them. They have put some terms in their legislation to protect traditional farmers, but the pace may not be in the manner that persons would want. So we continue to urge the Honorable Sabata Caesar and Dr. Thompson to see how best they can assist. And in the case of Jamaica, we have learned a lot. And I know that they're working on, but sometimes time and the pace can be a deterrent to traditional farmers. Much more is needed for them. And in the case of business persons, they want certainty. Let us see how best we can collaborate. And on that note, I want to thank you, Dr. Thompson, for participating, Dr. Emmanuel, who left. And I know you will join me by saying commendation to the OECS Commission on this trade expo and for including the cannabis session. We're looking forward to many more talks like these. So we look forward to many more sessions. I want to thank you all. And indeed, it was an excellent day. Bright top of the morning from Jamaica.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Thompson and Dr. Emmanuel. Thank you, Attorney at Law Annette Henry. I believe this session has contributed significantly to the continued education and enlightenment on this subject. The journey of medical cannabis in the Caribbean from a St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica experience. We just want to ask our viewers to evaluate the sessions by screening the QR code on your screen. So you can evaluate the session, just screen the QR code now shown on your screen. And I want to say thanks to all those who participated in the Fire Chat session. More to come. This is the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023.
Are you looking for yummy vegan food products and nourishing beauty products? Visit our booth and explore a range of vegan sauces and beauty products, expertly handcrafted right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Hi, my name is Anastasia Elliott and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sugartown Organics. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Hi, I'm Terry from the beautiful nature island of Dominica, and I will be participating in the OECS Virtual Trade Expo, which runs from May 15 to 17. My business, Be Natural, will be showcasing our 100% natural products such as deodorants, lip balms, body balms and candles, which are all made with our local Dominica beeswax. We look forward to seeing you there.
And shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover.
And now let's take you back to center stage for product and service launch of MSME exhibitors. Innovative education and training solutions from St. Kitts and Nevis. A business support organization that prides itself in the use of best practices steeped in data but informed by cultural context. Janafe Baby, Dominica, focuses on reusable products which reduce your carbon footprint by limiting the amount of waste which ends up in the landfill. Fulfilling Purpose Inc. from Antigua and Barbuda offers workshops, book publishing, and business consultancy services to help you discover and give birth to your God-given purpose. Benjo Sea Moss, Dominica, made from natural edible seaweed harvested from the pristine waters of the Caribbean.
And so, people would stop me and they would say, well, Dr. T, Dr. Tamu, I am a nail tech. I've been in the business in the nail industry or in the beauty industry for a while. My client base is solid. I have loyal customers, but, I want to move into training, but I don't know how. I don't have fundamentals. I don't know what to charge. I don't know how to stand out from the crowd. People would meet me, other educators, trainers even, they would say, you know what, I'm in the training industry or want to move into the training industry, but I'm confused. I don't know even where to begin. Here. I'm here because I was you. Who am I referring to? Well, I am referring to if you are a guru in your field. So you're awesome already at what you do in any industry, right? I was you. So I was an awesome teacher doing great work. I am you if I am awesome, you're awesome at what you do, and you want to add a new stream of income, which includes superb elite training to your revenue streams. I was you. So I was that teacher, and a teacher's salary. And I said, well, I need to add a stream of revenue. And so that stream of revenue was training. I am talking to you if you are that subject matter expert in your industry, you're the guru at what you do. Maybe you're a coach, maybe you're a consultant, or maybe you're already training, but you feel that you can't command the type of money that you want. You don't understand how the industry works. You're not sure to charge. You're not sure how to stand out from the crowd. You're not sure how or if to market. Well, I'm speaking to you. So I'm speaking to highly ambitious experts in their fields, in all industries, but particularly those of you who want to add an additional stream of income, 6 figures at a minimum, to the money that you're already making. And so that's how we conceptualize the idea of the Elite Transformational Trainer Masterclass program. Classes are designed to be practical, right? So they're in the evening, they're online. We have 2 a month, one at the beginning of the month, one at the end of the month. Why? So that you can have that space and time, because remember, you're a busy professional, or you're a working mother, you're a single mother, you're busy, right? And so 2 sessions a month, but they're going to be hardcore practical sessions, so that when you leave, guess what? You are going to leave with your own signature training intensive, right? You're going to leave with your own training outline, etc. Classes.
I am Janice Henderson, founder and CEO of Fulfilling Purpose Inc. The pandemic impacted each of us, some more than others. I recognized throughout the pandemic that persons were facing hardship. Many were hurting. As a result, they were becoming discouraged. Some were losing hope. Others lost their faith. I wanted to be a beacon of positivity during those times. Thus, I wrote A Walk of Faith to revive hope and strengthen faith during challenges. To publish that book, I gave birth to Fulfilling Purpose Inc. 5 months following the publication of A Walk of Faith, I published my sixth book, Unleash the Greatness Within. At Fulfilling Purpose Inc., our vision is to be and be recognized as a world leader in business. We help writers share their knowledge, skills, and experiences through books. Our core values include quality, integrity, diligence, and teamwork. Our services include book publishing, consultancy, and coaching, among others. Many people desire to publish a book, but consider it a daunting task. But it does not have to be. Write It and Fulfilling Purpose Inc. will help you refine and publish your book to the world. I am excited to share with you 2 ways we can help you publish your book. The first package is the starter package. In this package, we work with you for 3 months. We professionally edit and format your book. We produce a professionally designed book cover. We assign an international standard book number or ISBN so you can print and sell your books. We assist with US copyright registration so that you can have that extra layer of protection. We perform KDP setup and publishing of your paperback book on Amazon. We also set up Amazon distribution to sell your books globally. You will receive 2 printed copies of your paperback book. We also engage in pre-sales planning to help you map out a strategy to sell your books. We develop an author bio and book blurb for your book cover that will entice your readers to purchase your book. You can look forward to weekly consultation calls and you become part of the Fulfilling Purpose Inc. author community for that additional support. Your investment for the starter package is $800 US. Our second package is the Essentials package. This is for writers who desire that competitive advantage. You gain all the features of the starter package and more. You receive 5 copies of your paperback book. We also help you market and launch your book. We engage in a 90-day launch media campaign. We design your launch flyer. We develop an electronic media kit. We also assist in your social media page setup on a maximum of 3 platforms. Your investment for this Essentials package is $1,500 US. Whether you choose the starter package or the Essentials package, you get to share your stories, knowledge, and experiences with the world. You will have a book that you are proud of, and your knowledge, experiences, and stories will positively impact the lives of others. If you conceptualize it, Fulfilling Purpose Inc. will help you refine and publish it. And if any of the packages resonate with you, I invite you to schedule a consultation at www.publishpurpose.com and let us discuss making your dream to publish your book a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. For our second fireside chat session, we look at the potential and reality of doing business in the region. The moderator is Keisha Mitchell, Senior Vice President, VP of Business Development, Grenada Investment Development Corporation, GIDC. Let's introduce our moderator, Keisha Mitchell.
Good morning. Good morning to all our panelists and to all the participants who have selected to participate in today's session. It is quite a distinguished opportunity for us in the region to be discussing the opportunities and really looking at the potential of doing business in the region. For many times we have complained about the challenges as it relates to infrastructure or legal and regulatory framework, as well as, issues relating to transportation and logistics, supply chain management, among other issues that entrepreneurs and investors do face and do encounter in starting and operating businesses throughout the region. But we have also noted that the region is quite unique, though different, though most of the islands has its own unique features, but we all have similarities, and we do recognize that we have great potential in the region as well. And so today our discussion will really center around the potential of doing business in the region, but also looking at the realities. And I am quite happy to be able to discuss this with our panelists, Damien Suendo, Dr. Alison Gajahar, Ian Mitchell, Cleve Seja, and Gordon Charles. And given the fact that most of our panelists, they are from St. Lucia or have conducted business in St. Lucia, we would zero in on that perspective as well. But it also gives us the opportunity to look at the wider Caribbean and doing business. So welcome to everyone and to our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Keisha.
So let me just give a brief introduction on our panelists. Damien Soendo is an experienced business professional. He has had over 20 years experience in business development, international trade, industrial engineering, and he is the general manager of DCP Successors Limited. So he brings that wealth of knowledge as it relates to the private sector to the discussions. Dr. Alison Jahadar is a pioneer in the promotion of quality and standardization and has had over 2 decades of experience as well and operates KMA Consulting, which is a boutique consulting firm in St. Lucia. And again, he brings that private sector experience to business operations in the region. The other panelist, Mr. Ian Mitchell, CEO, Imagine Solutions Inc., a web design and development company in St. Lucia, again, private sector experience. And Mr. Cleve Seja, bringing the institutional experience. He is the market development specialist at the Dominica Export Development Agency and has also had decades of experience in the private sector as well. And Gordon Charles is the CEO of J2 Charles Group. He has had over 39 years in private sector management with the J2 Charles Group of companies. So welcome, and we move straight into the discussions on the potential and reality of doing business in the region. And I want to start off by asking our panelists, what exactly would you say makes the region an attractive place for doing business? And of course, you can zero in on looking at our population size, the demographics, culture, any economic factors. So if we can start off with Damien Swendo.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks again for having me on the panel. I think what makes the region unique is that we are melting pot of different cultures and ethnicities. So that's one of the things. Even from where I sit right now, we make soap in Dominica. Dominica was once known as soap making capital of the Caribbean, and you find that there are cultural nuances between the various islands. So even though you may have a soap that's very popular in one of the islands, because of cultural differences, you may have to tweak it a bit to suit another island. So that I think is very unique because although we're all in the same region, the cultural and ethnic differences um, offer not just a challenge but also opportunities, so that it allows you to be more creative in the way that you actually make your products from the processing standpoint or manufacturing standpoint, but also in terms of the ingredient standpoint, because there's some ingredients that are looked upon differently in the different islands. So that's one of the things I think, because of the cultural and ethnic differences within the region, there are many opportunities for new and exciting products to be developed. So I'll hand over to the other panelists now to talk more about that from their standpoint.
Dr. Ian, or Mr. Ian Mitchell, I should say.
Yes, yes. Good morning to everybody again. Yes, I mean, doing business in the region is something that I think it's important as we continue our journey towards true integration within our region. Um, it's really really important that we understand that the advantages of the similarities that we have in terms of our common cultures, as well as the common needs, the common issues that we all face with regards to our infrastructure development, those things. If I know enough about my own country, it goes a long way making me understand certain other countries as well, notwithstanding obviously the differences that do exist culturally, right? But I think that it's really important that we take advantage of the fact that we have common currency, at least within the OECS region. We have common language within the OECS region. We have common time zone within the OECS region. And so some of the issues that pose challenges for international business are things that we are right off the bat, we don't have these types of concerns. So we have, even in the case of a few islands have certain French backgrounds like Dominica and St. Lucia. So even those countries are very very similar in our culture background as well, our fashion, our style. Um, you know, I think these things are very important. So and some of the challenges that we all face, for example, you know, it's important that we do business so that we can improve on things such as our logistics and those issues that you mentioned in your preamble, right? It is only through true efforts to do business, including the trade in physical goods, that any company that's involved in logistics will invest in improving those logistics by understanding that there is demand in those things. So, I mean, I could keep going, but I think again, these are some of the very important reasons that we really should be taking advantage of trying to do business in the region.
Right, and just before Dr. Allison actually provides some comment, we will get an opportunity to really have some discussions on logistics and transportation and how that have affected our businesses, particularly our exporters. This is one of the challenges that I know that they would have complained about, but we would get an opportunity to delve some more into that particular aspect. So, Dr. Allison, your overview of the region with respect to what makes us attractive to do business.
Okay, I see now I'm unmuted. So I did say thank you and good morning again to everyone. Adding on what both Damien and Ian says, that within the region, you can capitalize on the smallness of geographic area you're operating in, the jurisdiction, the familiarity, level of informality, which sometimes doesn't always work in your favor depending on the industry, but these are things that you can capitalize on once expanding your outreach to the 15 member states of CARICOM. And again, when we get to talk about the challenges, there are challenges associated with certain sectors with regards to movement of goods and even movement of people, but certainly the benefits with regards to the treaty arrangements and the single marketing economy, special and the sub-regional space within the OECS facilitates three mechanisms that your organization, OECS, puts in place are definitely wonderful opportunities for persons willing to do business within one small setting that would have their hospitality closeness while taking advantage of broader markets within the region.
Right, and as we've spoken about a number of things, perhaps now we can just in a few minutes talk about some of the challenges that we have experienced. We basically have about 2 minutes to do that, but zeroing in on whether we believe that culture is a challenge in itself or whether we see culture as an opportunity. So let's just talk a bit about the challenges that we face that may inhibit businesses, they really inhibit their ability to operate and investors to invest in the region, but also to have that conversation on whether we believe that our culture is a challenge in itself or is actually an opportunity. So we can start off with that discussion with Ian.
All right, thank you again. Well, as you indicated, I mean, culture itself, and I think the two other panelists who've spoken so far have indicated, along with myself, that culture can be both, like you said, a challenge, and it can also be an opportunity. I think any product or service that someone would like to offer would have to address the cultural nuances, the style, the fashion, the expectations of whatever target market that you have for your product or service. And so I think that is always and will always be a challenge. But on that note, understanding the fact that we are so close and understanding those cultural nuances will be relatively easy for us compared to understanding cultural nuances for countries further afield. I've been trying to understand what it's like to do business with somebody in China, for example. Their expectations would be a much greater challenge than trying to understand doing business with somebody in St. Vincent or Dominica across the pond. You understand? So I think that the closeness, as Dr. Gajare indicated, um, allows us to move around. Although we understand the challenges of moving around, right? The cost and the availability of flights, particularly after the COVID scenario, make things a little more difficult. But I can see improvements coming along already where that is concerned. So I think understanding those cultural nuances is still relatively easy compared to trying to do business outside the region, which of course we must eventually do. But so my view is that we should make the effort and do the investment in ensuring that as small business people or as medium-sized business persons, that we invest in finding out more about our region, in building those relationships around our region in order to do business. Right now, from on my end, I tend to be able to do business with agencies around the region. So It's a little more easier, at least from those perspectives. You find that they put out, terms of reference and tenders, and so I end up doing business from that perspective. Um, Accessing small businesses within other countries in the region, I find particularly challenging. Those can be particularly challenging, right? And requires physical presence in those regions and partnership within those particular jurisdictions. Um, when we as a region tend to not want to do that um, too quickly. We kind of hesitate when it comes to forming partnerships and forming business relationships, even within our own countries, far less in other countries in the region. But it's becoming, and it's definitely something that is necessary at this juncture due to the current circumstances around the unfamiliarity we have with those markets and a certain level of insularity we still experience within the region, within various countries. So I think that's the opportunities are there, but we need to make a greater effort to be able to do so.
And just going to Damien, how do you see culture being a challenge, but also in terms of some of the other challenges that we face as a region?
Well, I can speak on it from a manufacturing standpoint. As I
Right.
mentioned earlier, it can prove to be both a challenge and an opportunity. Right now, we export soap all throughout CARICOM, as far south as Suriname, to as far north as Jamaica and everywhere in between. About 17 countries in total. So as I said, it's been a challenge in that the good thing is we have a wide range of variants and SKUs in our various brands that we offer. So what you tend to find is that there are some variants and some SKUs that would do better in some territories versus some of the other territories. So
Right.
it's given us a lot of market research into those cultural differences that exist as to which ones we think we should push and market in certain markets. So from that standpoint, we have a good feel now as to what soaps and what variants and ingredients are popular in some markets as opposed to others. So it's given us an opportunity to market to those various demographics. With regards to some of the other challenges, not from the cultural standpoint, but one of our major challenges as a manufacturer and an exporter, it was touched on earlier by Ian, but logistics is a huge challenge. Not just logistics in terms of bringing in raw and packaging material to Dominica to manufacture, but also exporting to the other islands. I mean, as everyone would appreciate, since the pandemic, freight costs have skyrocketed. They've started to come down now some, but they're still not at the levels they were before the pandemic. So that's one of the major hurdles. I mean, we have some raw materials as well that tripled in cost from 2020 to 2022. And it peaked in 2022. They're now starting to come down, but as I said, nowhere close to the sort of prices we were enjoying before the pandemic. So as a manufacturer, you only have so much wiggle room in the prices that you can offer to your customers. So we've had to basically take a lot of hits when it comes to our margins, just to try and remain relevant and in the marketplace. So that has been a major challenge, just trying to navigate the high cost of bringing in raw and packaging materials, not just because of the high prices, but also because of the freight prices to bring them into the region. We bring in, for example, I'll tell you that palm oil, which is one of the biggest ingredients that we use in soap, pre-COVID, the price was 800 US per ton, and it reached its peak in 2022 of 2,400 US per ton. So basically, that tripled in price. We had our main ingredient triple in price. So you can imagine this sort of margin hit we took on that because, as I said, we could only increase prices so much that the marketplace would actually accept. So when it comes to challenges, those are two of our major challenges as a manufacturer. Just the cost of raw and packaging materials, both from the standpoint of their prices from the supplier, but also the high freight costs and shipping costs to bring them in. One of the other challenges is, again, logistic related, being able to export our finished goods now throughout the region. Again, we're seeing some of the highest freight prices that we've seen over the past 5 years. They're starting to come down now, but they're nowhere near the level they were pre-pandemic. So it's also costing us quite a bit to ship out. One of the other challenges we have related to that is we in Dominica we try and obviously because of try and manage our cash flow, we try and bring in material just in time so that we don't have a lot of obviously cash tied up in inventory. And we've had a phenomenon over the past maybe 6 to 9 months where our port, we experiencing quite a bit of sea swells, and we have not been able to actually get those materials in the time that they're scheduled to arrive. So you'd find a boat is scheduled to arrive on Thursday. They have sea swells, they dock outside trying to try again, and they can't dock and they actually have to leave and then come back on another route. And that has impacted us severely because, as I said, we're trying to bring in materials just in time. So that has changed the way that we have to order materials because we now have to plan, okay, what if it's going to be 2 weeks late? So now we are finding that we have more cash tied up in inventory. So these are the sorts of challenges we have. That one, I'm not sure how you solve that, right? Without having to build a new port, for example. So obviously that involves quite a bit of investment in terms of from a government standpoint for infrastructure improvement. But logistics on a whole is a major challenge. So I'm sure that some of the other panelists will share similar concerns. So I'll hand over to them.
Right, and we know that this is not just unique to your island, but it's also to some of the entrepreneurs in Grenada itself, even some of the exporters. And I wanted to get the perspective on this working in Dexia and working with exporters. Are they experiencing some of the same issues in Dominica, or are you seeing any vast differences in terms of the challenges being experienced? So, from that institutional perspective, please, if you can add that to the private sector discussion on the challenges, the issue of logistics and shipping and costing. Are there others in terms of if we can zero into perhaps access to finance? Is there any political interference, the legal and regulatory framework? So if we could take the discussion to those other challenges that we know some of our businesses face, do you see that happening in Dominica?
So thank you very much for having me on from Dominica Dexia, Cleves, Asia. Um, we have experienced some problems in terms of logistics um, and the market. But the very good thing about the market is that there is demand. For example, for agricultural produce, there is demand. There is a lot of products coming in from outside of the region, like the United States. And what we've recognized is that we have to assist in terms of building the systems, the infrastructural systems to expand exports and to make um, the system more uniform. So, for example, in Dominica, we have constructed the multi-purpose park houses for Dexia so that we can have an area that we can aggregate our produce for export, which builds strength in terms of productivity because you need consistent production in order for you to be able to be on the market. And the demand drives the need for better logistics. And we've been seeing in Dominica, some of the local vessels have been changing shape so that we can now have access to, for example, reefer containers for export. And these things happen because, again, there is a demand. The great thing is, how do we access the demand? There is a demand, there is products, but how do you access the demand? And by accessing that demand, by being deliberate to access that demand, you can assist in building some of the systems that we need. So as I said, that now we have ships that we can do cold storage and cold shipments, and that is a very, very big improvement. For example, vegetables and, for example, bananas to get into the other countries, or else we will see the proliferation of goods coming from other areas. For example, we have, as Damien says, you have soaps. Um, Part of the cultural aspect, I look at the cultural aspect in two different ways. Because we're so close, because we're so near, we share commonalities in terms of our culture, but we also export our culture. So there's a very good opportunity for agro processors in terms of the things that they produce because they integrate part of our culture into those products. And when you integrate part of the culture into those products, then that means that the value proposition is different. You're not only making just a regular soap, some of the agro processors, you're not just making a regular cream, you're not just making a regular cocoa stick, you're making something that has part of our culture ingrained into it. So we can look at the dynamics of culture in that way. We can look at what do we need to drive the financing that we need to build on logistics, to build on marketing, which is a very important part of what we should do, because we can have products where we're not marketing the products and we're not placing the products into into the right areas, because we have a population of, let us say, just in the core OCS countries, some 600,000 people, and they use products. So some of our issues are not just on the production side. Some of our issues are in terms of marketing, branding, and accessing the market. So this is what I would say in terms of that.
Would you say the whole issue of access to finance is that a concern in Dominica, or just in your interactions with businesses, would you say that is one of the major issues or issue that we face as a region?
Access to finance is always going to be an issue unless we fix the way that we think about the different tiers of persons who have to access finance. Obviously, a well-established corporation and a small agro processor or an exporter has different financial needs, and they are able to meet different criteria. So again, there needs to be a deliberate effort in terms of thinking what are the type of financing that the different tiers can access, and when we do that, then we people people are able to access. And as I say, the demand is there. So if the demand is there, we need to connect some of those dots by thinking deliberately, very deliberately, about how does a small agro processor access, what sort of model of financing? Is it grant financing? Is it low interest financing? So these are the kind of things that we have to think about in order for us to really take advantage of the potential. Else we will speak here for 50 years about the potential of the region.
And just quickly before I move to Dr. Allison, just on the question of political interference, or perhaps just looking at the legal and regulatory framework, you operate within a statutory body. Is that an issue for some of the entrepreneurs or the investors that you work with?
Is that for me?
Yes, please. Just from that institutional perspective, the legal and regulatory framework as it relates to doing business. How has
Well,
that
of course,
affected your SMEs?
well, of course, as I say, based on how we think about finance and the legal requirements, and how deliberate we are in terms of offering finance, the right set of financing, so there is great room for improvement in terms of our thought process to deliver these products to the different tiers in the marketplaces. I would not go as far as calling it political interference. I would just say that um, all of the players need to think about their customer base and how they service their customer base. And when you start thinking about that in that kind of way, then you will come up with innovative programs. And we're not the first here in the world to think about this. There are examples that we can grasp, and we can improve our product line.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Allison, from a service point of view, KMA Consulting, what are some of the issues that you face as it relates to access to finance in the legal and regulatory environment, perhaps even tax issues or other challenges that you may have within the service industry?
You know, Kisha, before I get to our experience as a professional service provider, I just want to take advantage of the platform that we have, which really incorporates a lot of our agro-processors and smaller businesses. And a lot of our clientele really is related to that sector. You touched on the issue of the regulatory environment. In fact, what we've seen in dealing with many SMEs throughout the sub-region is that it's very difficult, you know, it can work to the disadvantage of the operator in working in an under-regulated environment. And I'll explain this a little for you. So we're not speaking, I'm getting some feedback, I'm not sure where, anybody else is getting it? Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to expand, yes, on the difficulty in operating in some cases in an under-regulated environment where you don't have drivers for performance improvements and sustainability. And you want to trade now with the more developed markets that have these frameworks in place. And I'm speaking specifically to the issue we started off the discussion with the culture that we have. And if we continued along the lines of speaking of the challenges with the culture we face, I will immediately tell you, based on my experience and background in standardization and certification, that is definitely one of a culture, we don't have a culture of compliance in the space in which we operate. So when we speak of business support services, a lot of what is mentioned is a lot related to the usual support services, what in quality management we refer to human resource experts, finance experts, marketing. You hear that all the time. And while that's needed, when we look at the core services and the integrated management, auditable management systems, to give the purchaser that assurance that now that we know that you have the talent, you can produce this. I want to be sure that you can produce this consistently, that level of quality and in the quantities that we negotiate the prices on. For that, a lot of us underestimate the resources needed in applying the requisite integrated management systems to time all of this to ensure consistency and quality of your core services. What you actually, as an entrepreneur, have the natural aptitude for, you like to do. And in other sectors, when you find, for instance, even in the region, where the supply chain demands these sort of robust management systems, whether it be for quality, etc. Like, for instance, the energy sector in Trinidad, you have the dynamics or the small business being very different, where they're used to compliance, not just for the financial reporting aspect, but other type of compliance. And so they have the platform to grow. Some of them can easily tap into other markets. But one of the disadvantages that I think we have in our space is that is the dearth of drivers to institute those sort of structure systems within our business. And so I guess I'm speaking a bit to our own challenges as now a professional service provider in that space, because just as Ian mentioned, if it were not, a lot of our businesses through regional agencies and providing the support, etc., because perhaps at the organizational level, at the firm level, there may not be that appreciation that, yes, we need to put the efforts in place to standardize our processes, try to get certification to it. They may not see the value. And I'm not sure if I said many things, too many things that did not answer your question directly, but it's like a double-edged sword because yes, it affects businesses like ours in the professional consultancy space, but also it affects the ability of the businesses themselves, our exhibitors, to grow, to interact and negotiate and build the assurance and confidence with our purchasers in developed markets or the markets when our supply chain does, or our regulatory environment does not demand certain structures and systems in place.
Right, and you spoke of one of the things that you mentioned is looking at untapped markets. So, what would you say are some of those other opportunities that exist within the region? Are we seeing emerging industries that we have not taken advantage of? The fact that we still seem to be focused on the traditional sectors, the manufacturing, the agriculture, and agribusiness. Are there emerging sectors for which we believe, or emerging industries for which we believe have great potential and can have positive impact on our economies, for which we have not taken advantage of as a region? And Dr. Allison, you can start off that discussion.
Okay, I would immediately say space for professional services. Definitely a need. We are seeing, for instance, I mean, that sector has been really maximized by the developed world. And a lot of, for instance, firms, consultant firms, have really controlled the market space here within our own region. And a lot of them perhaps rely on short-term contractual arrangements with consultants to capitalize on the cultural benefits that these regional consultants bring. But there is so much space for our professional bodies, our professional firms to, again, formalize ourselves and build our capacity to compete for these markets right here within our shores, within the region, and of course externally, that a lot of the external consulting firms manage to capitalize on. I mean, we do have some very good success stories out of Jamaica and Barbados and Trinidad, and it's an area that I'm hoping that the Oecs would give some sort of attention to, because we have the expertise within the region, but a lot of time it is the formalities of running the consulting firm business that they too need support, just like the manufacturing sector or any other sector.
Ian, could you add to what Dr. Allison just mentioned? Have you seen that emerging sector, any untapped markets and sectors, industries that we're seeing that we have not taken advantage of, we have not marketed as a region?
Well, I'm in the ICT sector, and that tends to be one of the focal sectors in development plans for just about everybody within the region, right? ICT is specified, it's identified as something important, a place where we can have relatively equal impact in spite of our lack of size, right? I do not think that we have really taken full advantage of the opportunities around ICT, not just serving our own region, but serving companies outside of the region. My company is fairly unique in that regard, in that we manage to do work locally, regionally, and internationally. We provide various types of ICT services. We partner with companies in the US, in the UK, and outside of the OECS region, like in Jamaica, for example, and so on. So we've been around for a while, so we've been able to take advantage of that. But there are a lot of untapped opportunity for providing services outside of the region, in particular, making currencies that are higher value than our own, like the euro and the US dollar. And the fact that we have we have the same language, close time zones. We really can take advantage of some of those opportunities that companies out of India and China are taking advantage of right now, right? So I think that that's some of the things that we need to look at. You did ask other questions about challenges to small service businesses with regards to things like taxation, for example. You mentioned. I think that a lot of our service-based businesses, our assets most of the time on our balance sheets are relatively small. Not many fixed assets. Um, we tend to be very liquid in terms of any successful service business tends to be quite liquid for the most part in terms of our asset base, and we find ourselves um, once it comes to the issue of taxation, um, success equal heavy taxation. Like unlike most businesses that deal for the physical goods and can have
Right.
ways and getting around those types of tax liabilities. And so I think there is room for taking a look at small service businesses and how
Okay.
we can reduce on the heavy tax burden that they face if they experience any level of success whatsoever. All right. I think that that's something that we need to take a close look at in terms of our legislature around that.
Okay.
I don't know if you're going to come back around to the issue of logistics, but that's something I think.
Yes, I'm mindful of our time,
Sure.
and I know that this discussion goes on and on and on, and we're scheduled to end at 12:15. But just to look at, so we've spoken a lot of things. We've spoken about challenges, we've spoken about potential in ICT and in other areas. But we cannot leave the discussion without talking about solutions. What are some of the solutions that we can suggest as it relates to some of the challenges that we propose? So I'm going to give each panelist 1 minute. And in speaking of your solutions, you can touch on whether we believe technology, innovation, and partnerships, networking is actually part of that solution model that we need to put in place to address some of our challenges. 1 minute, please. Please, Seja, we will begin with you. You're muted.
Yes, so technology and innovation for sure plays a very vital role in what we would want to achieve as a region. And we speak of the digital transformation, and the digital transformation allows us to open up the market space to a wider population, wider audience. Um, but we need to build capacity in terms of connecting the businesses to the digital space. The service providers building on the services that are necessary and the infrastructure necessary to deliver properly on that issue. And as I say, when we look at ourselves, just within the region, we can see that there is demand for all of the products and services that we require. And it is a matter of being able to connect with one another to deliver on those products and services. And it is a matter of designing a model for growth, for aggressive growth within the region, so that all of the issues that we speak about, we can bring them to head and we can finally take advantage of the opportunities. So this is what I would offer.
Damien, in 1 minute.
Yes, so just to follow up on what Cleve mentioned, partnerships are very big, as well as the emerging technologies. In terms of partnerships, I think we need to stop looking at our space as and our different manufacturers, service providers as competitors. We'd rather see how we can collaborate more. There are opportunities to export a lot to the more developed world. And as one manufacturer, you may not be able to do it or fill a container that's required. But if we come together, not just from a local standpoint, but from a regional standpoint, you may be able to fill that container that's going to the UK, that's going to the US. So I think in terms of partnerships, there's lots of opportunities for working more closely together with our local and regional brothers and sisters. But also in terms of technologies, I think everybody right now has heard about the advent of AI tools, Chat GPT, and those sorts of things. So that actually enables you to work a lot smarter. And for instance, stuff that would probably take you a week to develop, and speaking from like maybe a service industry standpoint, you're able to develop things in a lot quicker time frame. So that may be your differentiation from some of the other service providers, just trying to incorporate more of AI technology and tools in your business. So that's one of the emerging sectors, so to speak, that we can all sort of try and incorporate into our business. Even from a manufacturing standpoint, I'm starting to use it a lot more. So these are some of the things that I think we need to do. The partnerships is key, and also just the emerging technologies, trying to take advantage of these moving forward.
All right, thank you, Damien. And Ian, again, in 1 minute, what really are the solutions?
Thank you. I think one the issue I'll probably speak on a little bit more, I think, is the issue of logistics, but from the perspective of the less than container load concerns that we have. But we didn't talk enough about that, I believe.
Yes,
So
and time doesn't allow us to. But,
yes,
you know,
I know.
I'm sure we will
I'm
talk
gonna
about
speak on. I'm gonna try my best to cover it quickly. So the issue of less than container load transfers of products around the region is a real issue. It's very easy to bring things into the Caribbean, very difficult to move things around the Caribbean when it comes to less than container loads, which is just about what every small business can provide, is a less than container load um, package of some sort. All right. Um, we as a company, for example, we put out a online marketplace platform with the hope that having various versions of that platform around the region will spur on increased access to people's products and services. Right. And it's only through that sort of amalgamation can we then approach the logistics providers and say, listen, we have the demand that requires your investment. It cannot happen as individuals, it can't happen as small businesses, but it can happen if we have amalgamations within single platforms and those sorts of things, right? And that I think would go a long way in improving the business relationships that we have around the region in terms of our small businesses, which is not relatively non-existent as far as I'm concerned, right? Small business to small business and small business to consumer around the region as well. So it's through these types of technological platforms, ways of calculating shipping on the fly through e-commerce, these sorts of challenges that technology can assist with. I think that's where we need to head in order for us to solve some of these problems.
Thank you so much. And finally, Dr. Allison, we would end with you in terms of the solutions. 1 minute.
So to add to everybody's words of wisdom, I would say one word comes to mind, and that is building trust. Trust within our sectors to allow us to network properly, trust within the organization to allow for acceptance of external help in areas where we need the assistance, although it may be deemed so dear to our hearts. So trust also across sectors and within the private sector, not distribution and importers versus manufacturers, but how they all can work together. And finally, trust between the private sector and our public agencies, both at the national and regional level, that we're all working together for one, the benefit of our people. Sometimes I see that we ask for the networking and we try to promote it within particular groupings, but then we don't have it across all sectors, public and private, and different varying sectors, and within our own organizations itself. So that's my final word. Oh, we're not hearing you, Kisha. Kisha, we're not hearing. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Dr. Allison, and thanks to all our panelists. I know that we could spend an hour discussing this matter and looking at every issue, but time doesn't allow us to. Of course, we recognize that we are faced with many challenges in the region, but we also have opportunities which we need to harness, we need to market. We also need to look at how do we solve some of those challenges that we have been encountering for many years on and on. And I note that one of the key themes that keep coming up in the discussion is the fact that we need to encourage our entrepreneurs, our small businesses to network. And that is one of the key takeaways, I think, from this, that we need to encourage entrepreneurs to network in order to have that voice to be able to even solve some of the shipping issues that we are encountering. So thank you again, Dr. Allison. Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Cleve. Thank you, Ian. It was great having this discussion with you. Have a great day. Thank you as well to our audience and to the members of the OECS team. Have a good day.
All right,
Thank
thanks a lot.
you for the
Thanks,
opportunity,
everyone.
everyone.
And thank you so much, Keisha Mitchell, and the panelists, Dr. Allison, Mr. Ian Mitchell, Mr. Damien Sorrendo, Mr. Cleve St. Jean, for your input on the fire chat. Regardless of the challenges we face, opportunities do exist and can be created for service providers where we are able to benefit both independently and collectively. Remember to scan the QR code shown here on your screen. That gives you an opportunity to evaluate the session. Once again, just scan the QR code shown here on your screen and evaluate the session here at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo. So we can say that we have closed off this morning's sessions. We want to say thank you again to all our speakers, our moderators, and the panelists who gave their input earlier on the fireside chats, and to the many of you who made your contributions to the chat. There will be a walkthrough of the virtual platform momentarily that happens during lunch break. We will prepare for the first roundtable discussion. In the meantime, you are very free to visit the many booths with representatives ready and willing to provide you with information and potentially solicit your business. We ask that you take some time during lunch to find out more about the many products and services at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. We will return with this afternoon's sessions.
And happiness with Benjo Simas. Our products are made from edible seaweed harvested from the pristine waters of the Caribbean Sea. At Benjo Simos, we aim to promote regional integration through trade and export. As the largest exporter of Simos beverage from Dominica, 95% of our products are exported to over 15 Caribbean islands and beyond. We liaise with farmers and local manufacturers to facilitate the export of fresh produce and value-added products. We understand our responsibility to protect the planet through our recycling initiatives and our waste management program. We are committed to providing high-quality products and services that meet the needs of our markets. Our vision at Benjo Simos is to become the largest producer and distributor of Simos-based beverages in the world, making Benjo Simos a globally known Caribbean brand. We currently offer 8 unique, refreshing, and delicious flavors that support a healthy and active lifestyle. We offer non-alcoholic Simos beverages that are ideal for the entire family. Our herbal and dairy-free line of products include pure, ginseng, guavade, and Simos infused with ginger. Our dairy-based include original, linseed, oats and barley, and Simos with peanuts. With all these wholesome ingredients, Benjo Simos is truly a meal in a bottle. Shelf-stable and ready to drink. They can be consumed anywhere and at any time, making them a convenient option for a busy lifestyle. You can find Benjo Simos at all major retail outlets in Dominica and across most Caribbean islands. Shake well, remove the cap, and enjoy the refreshing taste of Benjo Simos, the premier Simos drink.
Frankie, you know I'm traveling to Antigua this afternoon and I forgot my passport at home? Boy, it's a good thing I have my driver's license. I'll still be able to travel.
Oh, how can you travel to Antigua without your passport?
Under the OECS Freedom of Movement regime, OECS citizens can travel to any of the 7 protocol member states without a passport, once they have an official and valid identification card with their picture and nationality on it.
Really? Since when?
Since the establishment of the Eastern Caribbean OECS Economic Union under the revised Treaty of Bastille, it entered into force in 2011.
So, you mean to tell me that I can leave St. Lucia and go to another OECS country with just my driver's license or national ID, and customs and immigration won't stop me?
Yes, you can even use your voter's registration card or social security card. As a matter of fact, as a citizen of an OECS protocol member state, you are entitled to indefinite stay when you travel to another OECS protocol member state, so you can live and work without a work permit or skilled national certificate.
As a construction worker here, I could take my trade to Grenada or any other OECS country?
Yes, Frankie, you're straight.
And what about my wife and children's schooling?
Frankie, OECS citizens and their children will be granted equal rights and privileges under the freedom of movement. That includes access to social services, labor market schemes, health and education for your children and your wife.
This free movement thing sounds nice. Hassle-free travel to any OECS country, live and work for as long as you like. The OECS Economic Union is the real deal. For more information, visit www.oecs.org.
showcasing the features and functions of the OECS Trade Expo web application. I will be presenting the process of how exhibitors and partners can navigate the website while also explaining the features that they may encounter. As we can see on the screen, we are now in the OECS landing page, where all users can register an account or log in. Let's start by logging in with our account. After logging in, we are greeted by the OECS lobby interface, which has a 360-degree video experience.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase.
The purpose of this layout is to provide an immersive experience for users, as if they are present in the actual OECS event themselves, even if it's in a virtual world, where they can interact with the panoramic view by dragging across the screen to see their surroundings. There is also a full screen option on the bottom right, where users can fully immerse themselves within a 360-degree video. Users can also toggle the lobby music on and off on the top left whenever they want to.
We converge, we connect, we
As we look across the lobby, we can see multiple rooms where users can go into if they click on them. Each room has different contents, like in a real-world event. Let's enter the Partners Hall. The Partners Hall contains virtual booths, which are custom designed for the partners of OECS. These booths simulate a physical exhibition experience in which partners can showcase their products and services virtually. Also displayed here are the partnerships all over the world, which are involved and have supported this event. If a user wants to know more about a particular partner, they can click on their virtual booth to view a number of attributes. These attributes, such as the company profile, the company video, the company representative profile, the company posters, and the company brochures, each highlight the partner's background, in which users can click on them to view further details. These details will be helpful in better understanding each partner's backgrounds in a user-friendly way. Users can also download their company posters, download their company brochures, and they can also communicate with them through a private chat. Let's enter the auditorium. The auditorium is a feature where live program sessions are held. The user is presented with a theater mode live stream along with the virtual audience in the background. The user can pause, play, adjust the volume of the video, and maximize the video. Posters on the left and right can be seen, and the announcements crawler text at the bottom, which displays upcoming announcements for the event. The auditorium also provides information to users on the program agenda and the speakers' profiles and presentations. At the top of the live program are two buttons, which are the program flow and the speaker's profile. The program flow contains the agenda or the program agenda, which will include an outline of the events along with their corresponding details. Users can download a copy of this program agenda if they want to. The speaker's profile displays all of the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event. Users can view each profile to see more details about each speaker, which includes their background, company, and designation. Plus, they can also download the speaker's presentation. Let's move on to the center stage. The center stage brings us to a video presentation along with another virtual audience. The center stage feature gives selected MSMEs an opportunity to demonstrate their products and services with recorded 5-minute videos. These videos will be available for the audience to access at their own pace. This feature will help MSMEs showcase their offerings and promote their businesses to a wider audience. The user can select the videos they want to play through categorized batches, and they can also pause, play, adjust the volume,
quality engineering, project management,
and maximize the video. On the left and right are another set of posters, and an announcement scroller at the bottom can be seen containing upcoming announcements. Users can also select the presenter's name at the bottom of the video to view their particular booth. They can also like the video by clicking the heart icon. Let's head to the exhibit hall. The exhibit hall is similar to that of the partners hall, in which it provides a physical exhibition experience for users. The booths that are within this room, however, are custom-designed booths made by exhibitors for personalization purposes, and to showcase their products and services as well. There are two categories for exhibitor booths. The first are the booths belonging to the Interreg TICA program, and the other category of booths belong to the OECS Trade Expo, also called as our exhibitors. Through clicking a category, the user will be shown all of the booths belonging to that particular category. The user can also search for particular booths through search filters, like searching a specific word, selecting a location or country, changing the booth category, or selecting an industry. Users can apply these changes by selecting the Apply Filter button, and they can reset those changes by clicking the Reset Filter button. Just like in Partners Hall, users can select a particular booth and view its corresponding attributes. Here we can see the 5 attributes that are seen in each booth. But there are 2 features that are only unique for exhibitor booths that are exclusive for participants and buyers. This can be seen on the company representative profile. The schedule meeting option and the leave virtual card option. These features enable participants to interact with exhibitors, schedule business meetings, and share necessary contact information through private in-platform messaging. The schedule meeting option lets participants and buyers to reserve a meeting with a particular exhibitor at a specified date where they are available. As we can see, the days highlighted in green are the dates that the exhibitor can be booked. Just pick a start date and an available time schedule. And then type in your concern. Then click Submit. And the meeting has now been scheduled. Next, the Leave Virtual Card option leaves a virtual card to an exhibitor, which can only be done once per day. This will leave the contact information of that user to that particular exhibitor for future interactions or collaborations. Let's move on to the gallery room. The gallery room is a feature that gives selected artists from different regions around the world a chance to showcase their creativity through an immersive digital platform. This will enable participants to appreciate the art and culture of the region and provide regional artists with a platform to showcase their talents to a wider audience. By clicking on an artist's portrait, the user can browse through their artworks showing its corresponding details along with the artist's company and contact information. Users can click on each artwork to view more about its details. Let's go to the networking lounge. The networking lounge is a social gathering room reserved for participants, buyers, exhibitors, and partners alike who are looking to converge, connect, and collaborate with one another through online chatting. As we can see, there are 4 options in which users can interact. The first is the public chat, where different users can broadcast their messages to all people in the event. The second is the private chat, where users can communicate one-on-one with each other. Private chats also include the file attachment option for sending documents to one another. The third is the exhibitor chat, where users can communicate with exhibitors that they are interested in. They can also search for particular exhibitors in the search bar. And finally, the participant's profile, where all registered participants are displayed for users to browse and talk to. They can also search for specific participants, They can also view a particular participant's details. Let's showcase where users will go to if they want to know more about the event. It's called the Information Desk. The Information Desk has 7 pages, which serve as a guide for users to be familiar with the event and even address some of their concerns. The first is about the event, which explains what to expect in the OECS Trade Expo event, along with its purpose. Next is the platform video, which presents a promotional video dedicated to the OECS event. In the customer support page, users can submit their concerns to the organizers should they have any issues or technical challenges encountered, and will submit a response within 24 hours. The Event Frequently Asked Questions page consists of multiple frequently asked questions by users, along with their corresponding answers, which will help others to understand more about the event. The Program Agenda page that was shown in the auditorium is also shown here, serving as a quick access for users to see and download the outline of all the events that will occur in the OECS event. About the organizer will showcase the background and history of the OECS event in detail. And finally, the speakers page, as what was discussed in the auditorium, displays all the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event along with their corresponding details. If participants or buyers would want to change or update their account information, they can click on the My Profile button at the bottom right. Displayed here are all of the information inputted by the user during their registration. Users can make changes to their account information accordingly, as long as they are not leaving out any mandatory fields. For participants and buyers, there is a unique feature when checking their profiles, which is called the virtual suitcase. In the virtual suitcase, buyers and participants will find 6 options in order to check their statistics from interacting with multiple exhibitors and partners. The virtual stamp displays all booths visited by that particular user. Speaker's presentation contains the user's brochure or document to be presented to an audience. Brochures contain all of the files viewed by the user from other users, in which they can also download them. Speakers and presenters' profile will redirect to all profiles of the speakers in the OECS event. Session recordings include videos that were created by the users for other users to watch in the event. And scheduled meetings contain the meetings that were booked with a specific exhibitor, showing details such as their company name, company representative, email, and when they have scheduled a meeting. If the user wants to log off, they can click the Sign Out button here at the top right, which will redirect them back to the landing page, signing them out of their account. And that concludes my video demonstration for all of the features and functions for participants and buyers in the OECS Trade Expo web application.
As a cosmetic brand, you want what's best for your consumers. We help you supply safe products to your customers. I am Ida Burton, expert in cosmetic science and founder of Aspire Group, a consulting company which supports cosmetic manufacturers and raw material suppliers in launching their products on the Caribbean, EU, and US market. Let our expertise be your guide. Visit our booth. See you at OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Hi everyone, this is Tatiana from Tel Aviv Natural. We produce the finest, purest, richest, and most natural products available. Come on into our booth where you will see our locally made 100% pure and natural virgin and non-virgin coconut oil, castor oil, moringa oil, coconut capsules, coconut soaps, coconut flour, to name a few. Locally made right here from the beautiful Nature Isle of Dominica. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the
Welcome back to our afternoon session. This is the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. I'm sure you've taken some time to visit the various booths. We do say thanks to those of you who have contributed to the chats and who have been sharing the links to the program. At this time, we'll have our first roundtable discussion, creating a more supportive business ecosystem. I introduce the moderator, Ricardo James, Head, Trade Policy Development, Trade Policy Unit, OECS Commission.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is hearing me. My name is Ricardo James, and I am from the Nature Island of the Caribbean, Dominica. My work identity is that I am the head of Trade Policy Development at the OECS Commission. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to moderate this panel this afternoon, stepping in for my manager, Ms. Jacqueline Emmanuel, who unfortunately was not able to, she's not well, so she was not able to moderate this session. We just had a very interesting discussion in the fire chat session previous to this one on the potential and reality of doing business in the region. The topic of our brief session now is creating a more supportive business ecosystem. And I think it is very closely linked to the previous discussion. Now, the use of the term ecosystem is very interesting. The National Geographic Society defines an ecosystem as a geographic area where plants, animals, and other organisms, as well as the weather and the landscape, work together to form a bubble of life. Ecosystems contain biotic and living parts, as well as abiotic factors or non-living parts. So the biotic parts include the plants and animals and other organisms. So applying this ecological concept, a business ecosystem has been defined as a dynamic structure of interconnected organizations that depend on each other for mutual survival. It has also been defined as the network of organizations, including suppliers, distributors, customers, competitors, government agencies, and so on, who are all involved in the delivery of a specific product or service through both competition and cooperation, and that impact on the firm's ability to succeed in its line of business. So just briefly, we can see that business enterprises, the government organizations and agencies and institutions and other non-state actors, they would represent the living organisms that we would see in an ecosystem. We can imagine the policy, legislative, and regulatory framework to represent climate and weather in terms of creating the business environment. And we can also imagine the physical infrastructure, such as transportation, ICT, energy, and the like, representing the landscape. The existence, absence, or effectiveness of the actors and their interrelationships establishes the health of the ecosystem, the business ecosystem. This impacts a firm's ability to succeed in its line of business, and therefore the enterprise as well as a country's level of competitiveness. So in the short time we have today, this afternoon, we will be discussing and we will be sharing our views on the business ecosystem in the OECS and the wider region. Is it a healthy one? Is it one that is supporting and fostering thriving business life in our region? To help us to do so, we have a panel of esteemed business persons and other stakeholders who will guide us in our discussions, and let me just introduce them to you. First, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lizra Fabian. She is the Caribbean Project Manager of the Women's Economic Empowerment Project, WEE, W-E-E. With over a decade of experience in the private sector development, Lizra has been a strong advocate for the development of the private sector and MSMEs, with special attention to disaster risk reduction. She has served in the past as the director of the Dominica Association of Industry and Commerce, the leading private sector representative body in Dominica. And she has also served as the executive of CARICHAM, that is the Caribbean Chambers of Commerce. In addition to the local business community, she volunteers as the director of entrepreneurship of the GEMS Foundation. Secondly, we have Ms. Jody Dublin Dangeben, who is the CEO of JD's Natural. Engineer, musician, entrepreneur, motivational speaker, mom, wife, and natural hair guru. Jody is a civil and environmental engineer by day and a Jill of all trades at night. She is a creative and innovative soul at heart and has a unique knack for creating masterpieces from her hands. From her intriguing hairstyles and hair accessories to her addictive hair crack whipped shea butter. As CEO of JD's Natural, she promotes sustainable beauty through her line of all-natural organic hair and skin products. Thirdly, we have Ms. Anastasia Elliott, who is the owner of Sugartongue Organics, St. Kitts and Nevis. Ms. Elliott is a businesswoman, natural health advocate, champion of food and nutrition security, promoter of entrepreneurship, women's empowerment, agriculture, innovation, and green living. She has several careers to date, from journalism to graphic design. Despite her many careers, her constant has always been entrepreneurship, a field she delved into from a tender age. Today, she is the co-founder of her own company, Sugartongue Organics, which she launched in 2010, straddling both health and wellness and agricultural sectors. And finally, we have Miss Yvonne Agard. Yvonne Agard has over 20 years experience in the field of private sector development. She is currently the Executive Director of the St. Lucia Coalition of Service Industries, a position she has held for the last 12 years. Ms. Agard serves as Chair of the Technical Committee for Management Consultant of the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. She's also currently Chair of the Export St. Lucia, the island's export promotion agency responsible for increasing trade exports from St. Lucia. So join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists to this discussion this afternoon. Today, we don't have much time, and we have a few discussion points that I would like to direct our panelists into giving us their views and perspectives. And as I said, we're talking here about the business ecosystem. And the first discussion point really is to how well is the business ecosystem in the OECS understanding and responding to the needs of the businesses, the MSMEs in our region. As I mentioned, imagining the business ecosystem as a living, ecological system, its health depends on all players playing their part, and all the needs of each of the players are being fully met. And so understanding the needs of businesses, especially from startup and small businesses, is critical. So let me just invite each of the panelists to share their experiences, to give their insights from where they sit. And, we have enterprises, we have also persons in the BSOs on the panel to give us their insights, their experiences, and the challenges that businesses may be facing, and the support that they need from the business ecosystem in the OECS. So let me start with Ms. Fabian, if I may, Leisure. Could you give us your views on, an assessment of the business ecosystem in the OECS? And given that we don't have much time, may I invite each panelist in their opening responses to keep it to about 3 minutes, please? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ricardo, for introducing me, and thank you to all the organizers for inviting me to be able to share some perspectives that I have, which I hope will be of value to those listening to this program. In representing the OAS Women Economic Empowerment, we have done a needs assessment of the businesses across the region. And even from my previous experience working with the chamber, we've had certain experiences where we see that the ecosystem for businesses is quite diverse. And even looking at the entrepreneurs who are represented here and looking at it from the perspective of supporting them in the previous experience, the ecosystem for businesses includes a number of players in the market. And as Ricardo shared at the beginning, it includes different dimensions. So we have the financial aspects, we have the financial stakeholders, we have technology partners, business support partners, those who support in connecting to markets, trade, and several other partners. So as we can see, the business ecosystem is extremely diverse. Even considering when we look at disaster risk reduction, which is a field that I'm supporting greatly in, we see that businesses rely on a number of different partners and players to be successful. And in the OECS, it's no exception. So from my experience and what Ricardo asked about is the system thriving and how is the ecosystem responding, I would say that it's evolving. We're certainly not where we should be as an OECS, but we are not where we were. And I have hope that we are headed in the right direction, and even having discussions like this and ensuring that we're able to speak about what can we do to improve where we are. This is certainly a step in the right direction. So in enhancing our ecosystem, I believe that we must always consider the needs of the MSMEs. And of course, several of the needs include access to finance, access to technology. We see digital transformation is moving quite rapidly in across the world, and in the OECS, it's no exception. We see the need for partners to collaborate, partners on a local level as well as partners on a regional level. And this will certainly help in improving how the ecosystem functions for the MSMEs. Now, if we have to diagnose any problem, it's important that every player in the market becomes transparent and seeks to focus on common goals. And our common goal is to make the business environment more enabling and more of a place that our entrepreneurs will be more successful. So these are a few of my opening points. I don't want to take too long on that, but just sharing that there's so many players in the market, and taking stock of where we are now, being transparent in where we need to move towards, and working towards common goals, of course, will help us in the OECS in improving and helping us to respond better to the needs of the MSMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lidra. Jody, as a practicing MSME and entrepreneur, can you give us your perspective also? Do you see what are the glaring gaps you may want to highlight in terms of the business ecosystem that is needed by MSME?
So I think our current ecosystem, it presents both opportunities, I would say, and challenges for entrepreneurs and businesses alike. But yeah, there are a few gaps, and I believe market potential is maybe one of the most important to me. I mean, we do have a diverse market with a growing middle class, increasing consumer purchasing power. And so market research, I think, is very, very important. I mean, that was the first starting point for me in my business. And I think that would provide insight to help us understand our consumers, their preferences, identifying gaps in that market, and to sort of develop the strategies that we need. Another thing I have mentioned time and time again is infrastructural challenges that I would say maybe all Caribbean countries face in some way or the other. Limiting transportation in terms of shipping, that has been a very, very major concern of mine in terms of how to get my products to Caribbean countries that are so close by. That has also posed an issue for some businesses in the Caribbean, as well as having the reliable utilities as well, I believe. We talk about resilience, and sometimes, we can, if tropical storm passes, there's some downfall in our electricity and water, and those things are needed for businesses to be viable. So I believe that supporting our businesses, we also have to advocate for improved infrastructure development, promoting the different investments in logistics and our supply chain as well. Access to finance, that is another point that I'd like to stress on. There are many opportunities, but I believe that most of us SMEs are not really aware of the different financial companies that are out there, the different lenders that are available. And some of us might believe that the traditional forms are the only forms, but there are so many other alternatives that we can look towards. Just creating that regulatory environment for businesses, the different infrastructure, advocating on a policy level for for policies to be a bit fluid when it comes to businesses, so that they can foster innovation and experimentation, which I think is key. So yes, I believe those are the key points, and obviously networking and collaboration. I think that is key in allowing all the SMEs to be at a level playing field and where we can support each other. So in a sense, that is what I would like to bring to us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jody. Anastasia?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Jody touched on some of the points that I had, but I would add sometimes government can be a hindrance, especially on my end, where you have competing. You have different factions of government, different parts of government, sorry, that are doing similar things that are almost competing with each other, and that sort of creates confusion sometimes. I think when it comes to policies, the way how, say, finance, for instance, look at some of the things like inputs that we need that we can get on island that we might not even be able to source within the Caribbean very easily, how they deal with charging us in terms of customs duties and stuff like that, that affects our bottom line and our ability to compete when it comes to costs. I think things like that play a factor in how in our ability to be successful in this ecosystem, and our ability to even be able to partner with each other to do some of the things that we need to do because we're pretty small, most businesses in the Caribbean, and so there's not a lot that we can do on our own. We do need to partner, but it's not always easy for us to even do something as simple as partner with, say, another business on a neighboring island that is doing similar work to us, to be able to get things done.
Oh, thank you very much, Anastasia. Yvonne, you want to come in here? Last but not least. You might be muted.
Yes, thank you, Ricardo. I think my panelists have touched on some of the elements. I mean, I must say that most of the components that are needed for a healthy ecosystem for our small businesses actually exist. So you have, for instance, your government agencies, and in there would you have your SBDC units, you have your business support organizations, you have your Bureau of Standards, you have your export development agencies, and all of those agencies, one way or the other, they do have a responsibility for improving or strengthening that ecosystem that we speak of. Now, they may be working right, they may be working wrong. Okay, so again, we need to look at, my concern is how do we bring all of those entities together to understand exactly what is needed for the small and medium-sized businesses to grow, and how it is that we can, instead of duplicating effort, work together to provide a seamless process for our small businesses. A case in point where we, in St. Lucia, the government of St. Lucia, as a policy decision, borrowed some $10 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, designed specifically to assist our micro and small businesses coming out of the whole COVID downfall in the economy. Now, that program has been proven very, very important because the demands for for funding, again, access to funding. We know that the banks will not fund or support those micro businesses. So the government of St. Lucia they've come in and they have made available that facility to our micro and small businesses. Additionally, we provide also a slew of services, whether it's training, whether it's coaching, whether it's mentoring. So this program is going to be on for 2 years, and you get support from 10,000 to 25,000 based on your business status. However, you know, again, in reviewing the business plans, we recognize that the micro businesses, they are not always very clear in terms of what needs to be done or what they want to do. And that's why it's important to have those services available to them to handhold. Additionally, the problems or the issues that the micro businesses face may be slightly different from the small ones or the medium ones. So how it is that we can identify those common challenges the small businesses they do have, and what it is that we can put in place to strengthen them, their internal structures, their introduction to standards, because over time they would have to scale their businesses. How do we introduce those things from very early in their business journey? And so I think the greatest challenge for us is how do we pool together all of those resources within the ecosystem to really help the micro, the small, the medium, with a view to over time scale up. So that's why government intervention, in my estimation, is critical at that stage, especially for the, I call them pre-ventures and the startup. So this is where I think that the small businesses need to lobby. They need to lobby governments to be able to ensure that some budgetary allocation is there to strengthen, because there are lots and lots of challenges that the small businesses face. I mean, I'm thankful for that sector because they're not out there looking for a job. They're creating jobs. They're creating their own livelihoods. And so that has to be supported.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yvonne. I just wanted to ask, though, the business ecosystem is made up of basically service providers. You have the firms, the enterprises who rely on the different, it could be private sector enterprises, agencies for certain services. We mentioned access to finance standards. But a lot of the services in the business ecosystem really would come from the private sector. Yvonne, you just mentioned that government intervention is needed, and that might be because of our smallness and our markets failures and not fully developed. And I'm not calling anyone, but anyone can jump in terms of interactive discussion. What is the balance between the role of government in coming in itself through its agencies to provide some of these services versus creating the environment for private sector to provide some of those services? I think it was maybe it was Jody who mentioned the issue of market research. Now we know that is a key function of some of our BSOs, but in some more developed markets, you have market research firms and advertising agencies. So could you all comment on the role of the private sector itself as key players in the business ecosystem, responding to the need and therefore the market that exists among MSMEs for certain services, and government's role in being a direct active player or facilitating?
Okay, I could say in terms of government, why, I mean, they play that role because the cost of service, it would be much cheaper if it has to be done by the private sector. For instance, when you look at standard development, export development, if that was a service that had to be provided by the private sector, your small and micro businesses would not be able to afford it. So a micro business can go into the Bureau of Standards and would want to be able to get training, understanding, or become compliant or certify in a particular standard. They would have the staff within that statutory body assist them along the way to doing that. If it was private sector, it would be extremely expensive. Where I think the private sector comes in is to ensure that there are capable, experienced, and certified management consultants that could help those small businesses at the point where they are ready to scale. That's my take.
Yeah.
Even you talk about, and she spoke about market information, market intelligence. Again, this is very expensive with the whole big data, but you could go into your export development agency and request that information, maybe for a very, very small fee, to be able to find out where your product or services is needed and how do you enter those markets. So I think that's the role that government plays, a significant role in helping those small businesses.
Any other comments from
Yes, I
Sure.
will.
Yes, Lisa. Yes.
Yes, I think the government is an enabler as opposed to a doer. There's some key roles that the government must play, like, well, from my perspective, like the Bureau of Standards, ensuring the standards are there, ensuring the regulations and the enforcement, and creating the system or supporting the system as well. That ensures that businesses can thrive by themselves. Now, for the businesses and what businesses always do, and even with discussions with other colleagues on this, businesses will always see what gaps exist and make a business case to fill it. I think that all businesses across the region are quite capable of identifying a number of challenges. Now, what would help to support the businesses in being able to ensure that these solutions are actually business viable, they're actually viable, is ensuring that we have the enabling environment for that. So that's where the government supports this. And also that's where business support organizations and other institutions that are set up to support the businesses within this ecosystem actually must do what they supposed to do to ensure that the businesses can thrive. But all in all, the government comes in as an enabler, not a doer competing with businesses, but creating that environment so that the businesses can thrive. Thanks.
Thank you. Jody or Anastasia, any comments on that aspect?
I think that the government should really strive just to create that environment where entrepreneurship is promoted and that the private sector now is encouraged to help small businesses and entrepreneurs. And there's so much they can do, from simplifying processes. I mean, in the Caribbean, we always say when we have to get something done, we have to walk up and down all the time. I think we have to simplify some of the processes. As Anastasia, she rightly mentioned, duplicating. There are a lot of different ministries that do the same thing or already focus on the same things. So kind of getting rid of that duplication, reducing some of the unnecessary regulations that we have in place and so much red tape that maybe is a bit overly done, and just creating business-friendly policies to attract investments. And just to stimulate economic activity. You can have tax exemptions for some of the private sector in terms of different policies that they would have that would foster entrepreneurship and help small businesses, looking at access to finance and sort of aligning their financial policies with the government to enable them to lend to the small businesses. So I believe that they have a major role to play. And just this little ticks and checks on what I mentioned can do so much to entice the private sector to come on board when it comes to small businesses.
Thank you. Just briefly moving on to focusing on one particular specific area in the business ecosystem. It was mentioned that access to finance or access to capital is sometimes a major challenge. Now, there are different types of financing. There's credit financing, which in our region seems to be, the dominant form. There's equity financing and other forms of financing. What do you think needs to be done? The solution to this perennial challenge among our MSMEs in terms of access to finance? I know that there are, for example, the ECCB has a credit guarantee scheme that they are seeking to promote now in terms of, but that's still credit guarantee. There's also a fledgling capital market also for development. So in terms of 2 minutes each, what is the key challenge in terms of access to finance, both from the entrepreneurs? You need to expand your business, you need to do product development. What are your avenues before you, and what do you think is needed? Anastasia? Oh, I don't want to call names, but just jump in. Anyone?
For me, I, again, working with those, but I speak to micro businesses. It's the internal capacity and capability to access those those funding opportunities. You need to complete forms. You need to be able to prepare proposals. You're able to have to do all of that. And they don't avail themselves to it because it's not that they don't want to. I think it's because there's a capacity gap there. Now, it may be a case where the private sector, the business support organization can leverage those on their behalf and work with them. But sometimes those fundings are left, the business support organizations are left out. So I think there's an internal inefficiency, or to be able to access those the partial credit scheme and all of that. I mean, when you look at, for instance, the financials of those small businesses, they're still in the form of a notebook or in Excel, or they don't have any financial systems at all. So I'm not too sure how it is we can assist in ensuring that they're in a position. So they need the support, in my opinion, to access those opportunities.
So you're saying that it might not be so much an issue of the availability of finance, but the capacity to access those finance?
I think so.
Private sector want to respond. Yeah.
Especially from the micro and small. The medium-sized businesses, they're already in the market. They already understand all of the instruments and they know how to leverage it. The small ones are the ones who cannot go to the bank and get a loan. Okay.
Thank you. But but is it some of the here at at the OECS and the CBU, one of the areas is credit the best form of financing for MSMEs, and particularly the source. There's a concern that our banks, commercial banks, are not maybe attuned to providing the kind of credit that is needed by MSMEs. But let me invite the floor to others in terms of that issue of whether it is more the capacity of the firms to present good proposals, to keep good records, to access those financing. But are there also a problem of the range of financing solutions that MSMEs may need?
That's it.
Well, I will agree with Yvonne on one issue, that sometimes it's down to the capacity of the MSME to be able to access those type of fundings. They just don't have the capacity. But well, here I can speak for here in St. Kitts, where it's not very easy for a startup to go to the bank and get a loan. It's a lot easier for you if you're working a job to get a loan to buy a car or go on vacation than to start a business. Like the businesses are the banks are averse to lending out money to small businesses. I've heard one comment where the banks are actually paying Mississippi to hold money instead of lending it out to businesses. They prefer to do that because it's less risk. And then you also have those little biases where, as a female, well, in my case, as a female single mom, I'm not looked at as being bankable, right? Even though I have a checkout, even though I have the records, even though I have the capacity to do these things, because I'm female, young, single mom, they don't see me as bankable. And so sometimes, how do you get around some of these issues that are maybe culturally to a specific space to be able to get what you need to get done?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments on this? I think we've heard the important role, therefore, of government, and I just want to shift us to a discussion on the business environment, because in a wider definition of the ecosystem, as I started off with, the business environment, which would consist of the policy, the legislative, the regulatory framework, and including institutional framework that would govern and cultivate or shape the enterprises as well as the business ecosystem would have a critical role to play. And that sphere is usually in the space of government action or agencies or businesses acting on the behalf of government. What do you think needs to be done, or what is being done well? Where are the gaps in the business environment? I heard earlier the competing services that are being provided by governments, as well as the whole issue of ease of doing business. What are your challenges, entrepreneurs, and then the BSO stakeholders can come in terms of the environment for doing business in the OECS?
Yes.
Jody?
Okay. Jody, would you go?
Can you just repeat that? I think I didn't hear the last bit of what you said there. So could you
Yes,
just repeat that, please?
just comment on the business environment, the various laws and regulations that governments put in place or need to put in place, the institutional framework of the government, the ministries and agencies, and how they function. How is that supporting you, the business, the ease of doing business in the OECS? What needs to be done?
Okay. I think it has gotten better over the years. I think as we have a lot of more entrepreneurship and more small businesses popping up, I think the government now is sort of forced to look at new policies and new regulations. And I still think we still have a lot of outdated regulations that sort of stifle innovation. Obviously, that is needed for viable businesses. And so I think we need that sort of dialogue with the government agencies, small businesses, the chambers, the private sector, to see how we can advise the government in sort of working in that way so that they can review the policies that exist with a view on how to update them and keep them current so that they can have this enabling environment for us. And so we need to really look at the sector specific regulations in terms of renewable energy, e-commerce, technology, sustainable development, and how we can have tailored policies for these different sectors, because sometimes one regulation might not fit across the board. And so I think we need to have that approach to really have regulations tailored to different industries. And I think, that is a collaboration that can be done between the private sector or small business support units and the governmental agencies that are responsible for such.
Thanks, Jody. Lisa, you wanted to jump in earlier?
Yes. Coming in on this point, I think that the regulations need to be up to date and also the policies. In Dominica, for example, we are looking forward towards a small business policy actually coming through. It's been in draft for a while, but it's not been implemented as yet. I'm not sure at what stage it's at in the other OCS countries, but even in a case like this, for the last 5 years, we've been working on implementing this, and it's not yet done. I do hope that this year, I think it's been mentioned that this year, but I do hope that by the end of this year, we could really confirm that it's actually done. There are a lot of areas in the policy that's supposed to address the needs of the businesses. And if it is implemented and we really look at continuing to improve this, I think it could make a difference for businesses. As Jody mentioned, the policies and regulations also need to be business friendly. And sometimes we see that even through the institutions themselves, there are some individuals who may need to better understand the private sector in order to better facilitate the private sector. It's not an us versus them. It's not these businesses and the private sector, but it's all of us together. Because if we understand our role and the importance of the private sector in helping to have a better country, a better region, better economies, and sustain livelihoods, then I believe that will greatly facilitate the private sector. But just tying this back into the access to finance, so one thing I did want to mention is that we need to ensure that the financing that's available is tailored to the needs of the businesses. And if we see that the businesses are unable to access the financing that's made available to them, then we need to reevaluate what are the conditions to ensure that the businesses can actually access. I think in some cases like ECPCGC, the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation, that's a guarantee scheme that's currently in place. There are some changes that's happening to ensure that businesses can better access. But even like this, in our countries, there are other funding that's placed, like millions of dollars that's placed, and we are happy that we have a lot of money there. But if our businesses cannot access the money that's available, then we are not working towards the ultimate benefit of businesses. So just want to stick that point in that in all the funding that we make available, whether it's through debt or through equity. Equity meaning that our businesses also may need to give up some ownership to be able to get some access to some additional capital. We have to see how to tailor these to the needs of the business. But
I
just final
totally
points on
agree.
this, though, Ricardo, because we had that discussion last week. If individuals want to provide equity financing, you invest in a business, please ensure that we don't, take away the entire business, because some persons ask for a lot of equity, a lot of stake in that business in order to give very little financing. So yes, we could expand the options, but let's ensure that we look towards the survival and the thriving and the development of the businesses as well. Thanks.
I totally agree. And for me, based on even my experience working with this MSME loan grant facility, I think we have a very prescriptive structure to how we apply it to our small businesses, and we should be able to customize it. So we want to give them the money, we want to provide them with the funds, but we need a business plan, we need financials, we need all of those things. And the companies, the small businesses, they're not there at that moment. They have just seen an opportunity, or out of necessity they have created a business. So the whole structure of a business plan and preparing your P&L and L and your, they're not there yet. They've just seen an opportunity, or there's a need that they need to for I mean for the livelihood, for their livelihoods, for the survival of their family. They get in there, and we need to stop that prescriptive approach to managing, especially the micro and small businesses. We need to be able to find customized solutions to help them. For St. Lucia, I think the regulatory framework is in place, legislative framework. Just like you, we have a MSME policy that has been sitting there for the last 5 years. And I think it's time that, cabinet it's put in place to to be implemented, because we need it. And I think for all of the OECS, we know that over 70% of our business landscape made up of micro and very small businesses. So it can be a start.
Yeah. We quickly running out of time, but just wanted to get to another point for discussion, and that is the role of technology. Because, the advances that we have seen recently, some of them have not reached us, but we can see them on the news: robotics, 3D printing, big data, Internet of Things, and now AI, ChatGPT, and all of those things. I mean, and even the emergence of platforms, platforms that connect suppliers, connect the business to their consumers, connect businesses to access to data. So some of the physical, the geographical challenges that existed before, even the challenges of small size, technology, it is cool and can have a way of overcoming those. So the question is, how are we making access and use of technology to improve our business ecosystem? And how should our business ecosystem respond to the technological advances that are taking place? What is your experience, both in terms of what you see in the OECS and what needs to be done? It's open.
Okay.
I think I can comment on. Oh, go ahead, Anastasia. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So from my end, I think I would throw in there some cultural challenges that may come up as well. So for me here in St. Kitts, we do have a website, but people go onto the website and look, browse, and then come down to the store because they want to have that conversation, right? We're very interactive in that space. So I think that kind of creates a barrier sometimes for technology. Like people, they don't want to go online and shop unless it's from overseas, like the America, UK, or wherever. If it's in country, they prefer to come down to the store and browse and talk to you and have that interaction. But sometimes there's that challenge because you have the website, it's not making money, but there's people are going on it. You can see people are going on it, but they're not shopping. They're coming to the store. So that has been my experience with the website, with using technology. And we do use technology quite a bit, even ChatGPT, I do use it. I'm very techy, so I tend to use technology a lot in what I do, even from creation of like, we're working on wearable technology at the moment for our skincare line and things like that, where I do use technology. And there are some adoption locally, but there are still some, I think, cultural barriers where people are mistrustful of technology in certain aspects, especially when you're crossing things like to do with their skin and, things that we are very protective of. And so I think there are some barriers that we have to figure out how to get across when it comes to technology.
Thank you. Jody, you were going ahead?
Yes, so I use technology quite a bit in my business. I think that it has totally transformed the way that we do business in the Caribbean. And the platforms I think are very important. Case in point, just over the weekend I was in St. Lucia and someone said, "Hey JDs," I'm like, "Do I know you?" They say, "I follow you on TikTok and YouTube." So even if I don't even have a physical presence in St. Lucia, but people already know about my business. So that is so very important in terms of connection, not even physically, but just making people know about your business and knowing about the services that you provide. You don't even have to travel physically. And I think it's easy for me. I have a lot of processes that are automated through technology. My customers and my suppliers, my partners, everything is online. And e-commerce platforms have really helped me to grow my business in terms of even reducing my costs, using data analysis to even gain insights into customer preferences, different market trends. Even my operational performance has been advanced by technology. So I think we need to make that knowledge about what we can do and how they can help our businesses available. A lot of people don't know how to use technology to leverage their business. So I think again, education is very important in terms of that. Automation and efficiency in your business can be greatly increased if you use different technology. And ChatGPT has been a lifesaver. I mean, most of my posts on different platforms, I type in something, it automates it, and I just give it a quick browse and post. So it has made life easier. And I think there's a lot to learn still. A lot of different technologies have not yet reached our shores. But I think once we are aware that they are there, then we can move on as soon as they come to us.
Yes, Lisha, I see you coming in and try to, yes, and thanks very much. And link the use of technology also in terms of the ecosystem services that businesses need. So for example, finance and financial services, digital financial services. How well are we doing in that space in terms of e-commerce? Yes, Lisha.
Yes, thank you very much. In drawing from what Jody, I say in JD's, but Jody was sharing, including all the different platforms and leveraging the digital economy. I'm really excited that this is the current project that I'm working on, which is to enable women entrepreneurs, women MSMEs across the OECS to benefit from the digital economy, to build their online presence, to access financial services, and even connect to the international market. So that's one of my current problems, to help bring the ecosystem together. And one of the ways that we're doing this is to collaborate with the partners on island, all the different partners that support MSMEs. So we have national working groups in the islands to really work towards how can we make it better for women to access these services. And I know you mentioned about the financial ecosystem. Yes, we're excluded in some sense that if we go on Amazon and go on Etsy and these platforms and sell our products, getting the financing back into our accounts, there's a challenge in that, which is a major problem for businesses within the region. And we have to look at how do we break down these barriers. This is a gap. It's something that we have to keep working on to find the solutions. It's one of my problems. Like they will say, what keep you up at night? Like I really want that we find solutions to make it easier for women to build their online presence, connect to customers across the world, and even with the technologies, it's supported by the actual other services, including logistics, making it affordable. That when we access the services, we're able to sell. It makes it affordable for businesses to be able to do business. So I would say it's exciting for me because it's a problem to solve. And I hope that we have a lot of players who are looking on at this, that if you have solutions, if you have some recommendations of how we can solve these problems, please feel free to share, and please work with your partners on island and across the region to help solve these problems to make it more beneficial for businesses to do business. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, run out of time. So what I would just do is just to invite each of you just in 30 seconds to just give any last thoughts you have. What is the key takeaway you would want us here at the OECS Commission and those key stakeholders who are viewing to take away in terms of improving the business ecosystem in the OECS? Yvonne?
Okay, so for me, I think that the OECS CBU, it's supposed to be a connector, knowing what exists within the OECS. There's the opportunity for you, for your unit, your department, to link all of those people together, because we have a lot of small businesses in the region doing the same thing, working individually. Let's pull them together. Let's know who's doing who's providing input to somebody else's output. Where, let's connect everybody, because that way then they know where the financials are, who's funding, where are the opportunities, and how it is that we can talk to our sisters and brothers who are in the same industry with us. How could we collaborate so that we can export, maybe, in bigger bulk or of that nature, instead of doing it alone? Let's do it together. So I think we'll have the opportunity to really pull all of those entrepreneurs, business support organization, and help the ecosystem work.
Thank you. Leisure? 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds. There's an urgency. Everyone, there's an urgency. If we don't act now, if we don't do the best that we can do, our businesses will not thrive, our businesses will not survive. And we all have a contribution to that solution, whatever it is. There are many problems. But let's not only look at the problems, let's look at the solutions and what we can do. A small thing could be even spending our money to support the businesses, or taking time to identify, if we identify the problem, speak to the institution, not in criticizing, but how can I help to facilitate and helping to make it better for someone? So remember, last words, there's an urgency, and let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
So I just want to encourage everyone to support us, support small businesses. As Lisa said, it's just one act, one simple act can make a world of a difference. And if all our players come together, no one is more than the other. We all have to work in tandem. And if we do so, and I think there's a constant need for feedback. So we have to have that sort of feedback amongst the organizations, because sometimes we see they will have programs for women, or they will have programs for small businesses that are, sometimes it's not even targeted to what we really need or what we want, or even geared to improve, our businesses. So I think that sort of feedback mechanism needs to be in place, and we need to, each one of us needs to support the other. I think small businesses need to support each other. If you're a little above the other one, try to send out a helping hand. And even within my business, I think that mentoring others is super important. And so if we all have that mentality, then
yes,
I think only greater things to come from there.
Okay, we're running out of time. Thank you, Anastasia. You have the last word. 30 seconds.
All right, that's a lot of pressure. 30 seconds. Okay, so for me, it's just that coming together and working together. From hearing everybody talk, we basically have a common goal. And so if we can figure out how we can work together towards our common goal and come together on that, I think that will make a big difference for us all around.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So let me thank all of you, each and every one of you, for participating, and for those who have joined us. I will not take time because I think we have gone beyond our allotted time. But during the course of the next 2 days, I am sure there'll be opportunities for the Commission to also indicate what it is doing, because I think regional approach and the regional integration and creating platforms and solutions at the regional level has been recognized, and it is one of the areas that the Commission is also working on, to bring people together, to bring the agencies together, and to create a region-wide ecosystem to support our MSMEs. So thank you very much. And let me hand over to our overall host. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, thank you.
Creating a more supportive business ecosystem. Thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator, Ricardo M. James. We can well understand how critical all forms of support are to the small business sector to stimulate an environment for creatives within the SME sector to get off the ground, at least to survive and to thrive. Well done, and we thank our panelists, Leisure Fabian, Jody Dangleben, Anastasia Elliott, and Yvonne Agard. Remember, you can evaluate the session. Simply scan the QR code shown here on your screen. We say thanks to all those who have supported the Expo, 11th EDF Right, ACP TradeCom, TICA, ITC, CCI Martinique, our many regional support organizations. We visit a few booths right after this.
In the OECS, we have a single economy, and we have never before had a mechanism to track our collective growth. Building this scorecard is just the end result of the work that has been put together by our member states. We have what we call a core team comprising of economists and development practitioners across the member states who have worked together step by step to craft this model. We got the help of the OECD, thankfully, because they do have a model, multidisciplinary approach, which is touted and is known as perhaps the best practice. And so with their help, we were able to learn as we built.
One of the issues in the Caribbean is that we spend a lot of time and resources developing plans and strategies. We have a tourism strategy, an agriculture strategy, education, etc. However, there is not sufficient time dedicated toward the monitoring of the progress of these strategies and plans.
The OECS member states worked together for over a period of almost 4 years to put together an OECS development strategy. That in itself was a major achievement. We recognize in our space one of our constant challenges is implementation. You hear about implementation deficit, and our member states also admitted that whereas they themselves also have national development plans and having worked together towards putting this OECS regional development strategy together, we did not have a mechanism to monitor, to evaluate our progress.
We worked together with the OECS Commission and all the member states to build the scorecard to really bring this idea of saying, well, there is the OECS development strategy, but now how do we really get this towards implementation? And so we worked together for a year and a half to really build the scorecard, get everybody's feedback, choose the indicators together, and really build something that then can be used to ensure that strategy will be implemented.
As the Department of Economic Affairs and Public Sector Investment Planning, we play an important role in the monitoring of economic development trends, in national development planning, and monitoring the implementation of various projects and programs in St. Kitts and Nevis. Attempts to monitor progress of various strategies and plans nationally is too manual in nature, and we need ICT-based solutions such as these to make that process more efficient.
I was assigned as the focal point for Antigua and Barbuda with regards to work on the revised OECS development strategy. Together, we were able to weigh in on the appropriate benchmarks and targets for the revised strategy.
Over the years with this tool, you will be able to see
where some members might be showing a particularly interesting performance, right? So it might be that you'll see that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is doing particularly well in terms of, agricultural exports or intra-regional exports. And you might see more growth there, for example, than you might see it for other countries. And then you would go out and say, well, let's talk to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and understand better what it is that they are doing and what it is that we can learn from this.
This new system, it allows us to compare our development trajectories with those of our partner OECS countries and maybe reach out to them to discuss how they are making progress in areas that maybe we are not, and vice versa, how we can assist them in making strides in areas that they may be falling behind.
I am pleased with the final result. I think the scorecard is user-friendly and able to capture results in a way that is visually appealing and therefore easy to understand.
And it's really a huge step forward both for the OECS, for its member states, and also for us at the Development Center, and having really built this tool that brings data together with analysis, together with a really participatory process where all the member states had their own consultations and really agreed on the targets they wanted to see for themselves.
I think that this new system will stimulate greater regional integration because it forces us to pay closer attention to our commitments outlined in the OECS development strategy, which runs from 2019 to 2028. And it allows us to see how each other is doing. It encourages us to have a discussion amongst ourselves on how we can assist each other and take corrective actions needed to achieve our national goals.
Welcome back. And now for a round of booth visits, let's head across to the exhibit hall. Let's begin with a visit of Abby's Exotic Blends Limited from St. Lucia. Abby's Exotic Blends Limited is an agro-producing company that produces a range of savory and sweet Caribbean treats and fantastic blends, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, consisting of the finest ingredients that create a unique, exquisite taste. The CEO, better known as Shondell Abby Alexander, founded the company in 2012, and her main goal was to give customers an authentic homemade taste that they would absolutely love. Throughout the year, Abby's Exotic Blends has made its way to the top by showcasing its products and taking part in numerous trade shows, exhibitions, and podcasts, both here and abroad, where it has become an award-winning small business. There is a line of 8 different chips, namely ripe plantain, green plantain, breadfruit, dasheen, sweet potato, banana, cassava, and macambu. Also a range of punches including coconut, peanut, banana, sea moss, rum, coffee, and eggnog. We could just check out the company representative profile here. You may establish some form of contact. As you can see, the Facebook and the YouTube links are here, as well as the Instagram handle, the telephone number, and email. Feel free to leave a message via private chat if you want to schedule a meeting or leave a virtual card. Abby's Exotic Blends Limited from St. Lucia. At this time, we watch a video.
Abiola Alexander. The company's name is Abby's Exotic Blends.
All right, Abby, so can you give us an idea of what it is that you have here today?
Okay, we have the Red Romance, which is one of our most famous now. We have coconut punch, peanut punch, eggnog, sea moss, and banana punch. We also have a line of 5 different chips, namely sweet potato, plantain, ripe and green, breadfruit, and banana.
When you produce those products, what exactly is the experience that you want to give to your customers?
The taste, that's homemade professional taste that everybody likes. And we also want to be different from the rest. We do not want our products to taste like everybody else's. So we try our best.
For persons who trying to get your products, I know where to find it. For me, where can they find some of your products?
Okay, the chips are available at all 5 MNC stores island-wide. Maxwell, North South Enterprises, Jamari and Sons, and Sol Millennium. And we have some vendors, street vendors that sells as well.
For persons who want to make contact with you, how can they find you?
Okay, you could reach me at 4866179 or 5191669. And we also have available this year eggnog.
All right, here you have it. Abby's Exotic Blends Limited from the island of St. Lucia. Exhibitor number 2, J&F Fencing from St. Kitts and Nevis. The only chain link manufacturer in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We manufacture chain link fences, sometimes called a diamond-shaped fence, from heights of 3 feet to 10 feet. We can manufacture any length, but our standard length is 50 feet per roll, or any fraction of that. We offer a variety of wire sizes or gauges and types. All our wire are either zinc or PVC coated, and we offer black and green PVC coating. J&F Fencing from St. Kitts and Nevis. Check out the company profile. All the information is in there. Feel free to contact the good folks of J&F Fencing. Now for a promotional video by J&F Fencing.
Hi, I am Jeanette.
And I am Floyd, and together we are J&F Fencing. What we do here is manufacture chain link fence wires, anything from 3 feet high to 10 feet high. Only manufacturing firm of this type in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have a variety of PVC coated colors, black, green. We have zinc coated, which is a silverish color.
We have the best quality for the lowest pricing in the Federation.
See you at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo.
All right. Certainly nice having you guys here at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo. J&F Fencing from St. Kitts and Nevis. Exhibitor number 3. Pop Munchies Gourmet Popcorn is a small business located in Grenada. The business started operations in July 2016. It began with the purchase and installation of specialty popcorn equipment. We would offer both sweet and savory popcorn with a wide range such as caramels, kettle corn, cheese corn, butter, parmesan, garlic, and glazed pop. Pop Munchies offers popcorn for many occasions such as weddings, birthdays, showers, anniversaries, and many more. Let's just have a look at the company profile for Pop Munchies. I can already taste that sweet popcorn. All the socials in there, email information and address, Good Hope St. Paul, St. George's, Grenada. At this time, we bring you a promotional video by Pop Munchies. All right, there you have it. Pop Munchies, gourmet popcorn from Grenada. Let's head across to the sister island of St. Lucia. Susie Designs. Susie Designs originated from a course and project. What was supposed to be an add-on to the project attracted many interested persons. Eventually, it grew into a business that allowed me to combine both my passion and love for crocheting and creating things with my hands using recyclable and eco-friendly materials with work. Susie Design specializes in making individualized handmade crochet and other material products with a touch of love. Our products reflect the desire to make our customers happy each time they wear or use our designs. Each individual product is tailored in the image of what each customer would wish for. We put extra time and effort into making each product that will suit our customers' vision of what they want and aim at making it an experience for each customer who wears or uses our products. Check out the company profile for Susie Designs in St. Lucia, all the socials in there. Feel free to leave a message, private chat, leave a virtual card. Now for the promotional video by Susie Designs.
Welcome to Susie Designs. Susie Designs began operation in October 2016. Susie Designs originated from a course and project. What was supposed to be an add-on to the project attracted many interested persons. Wine glasses embellished with crochet and ribbon. Price ranges from US $3 to $62. Susie Designs can be contacted on WhatsApp at 1758-284-0920. We are also on Instagram at Susie.Design78.
Yes, here you have it, Susie Designs. We may have had a bit of low audio there, but we got to see all the creative pieces from Susie Designs. Well done. Let's head across to our next exhibitor, Sasu from Guadeloupe. The company, based in Guadeloupe, French West Indies, is a geomatics consultancy, including a geomatics part, mapping and data analysis with geomatic Kawaii, and a drone part, thermal multispectral photogrammetry analysis, spreading drone with drone Kawaii. The company works regularly with other French territories in the Caribbean, namely Martinique, Saint Martin, Saint Barthélemy, and French Guiana. It wishes to make available to the other territories of the Caribbean its skill and expertise in the fields of environment, agriculture, land use planning. It can provide its clients with advice and expertise. It has powerful and innovative materials in geomatics mapping and in the field of drones. It develops the drone in the service of rescue in case of natural disasters, search for missing persons, investigations. It develops the drone in the service of the environment and agriculture on topics such as sargassum, tropical agriculture. The team, Muriel, Grazuela, Leo, Rodriguez, and Jesse, invite you to learn more about its activities. Let's check out the profile for Sasu in Guadeloupe. over 100 exhibitors at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. We applaud the works of our many creatives across the region. I'm sure you guys have been very impressed by what you've seen and heard so far. This is the OECS Trade Expo 2023, presented by the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS. Right back after these.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zamani Moody, Operations Officer within the Private Sector Department at the Caribbean Development Bank, focusing primarily on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise development. First, I'd like to thank the OECS Commission for affording us the opportunity to make this very brief presentation on the work that we have been doing to support MSMEs across the region. I would also like to congratulate the Commission on this very timely and dynamic initiative, which have afforded us the opportunity to present a few of our projects that we think is important to the overall MSME landscape. The support for the MSME sector within the Caribbean is critical to the development agenda of the bank, specifically as it relates to private sector development. As a signatory to the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the Caribbean Development Bank is committed to improving the lives of our people in all borrowing member countries. In fact, in a 2016 study conducted by the bank, it was found that in BMCs, MSMEs accounted for more than 50% of GDP and created more than 45% of jobs. An overview of our private sector department will point to two main objectives: transform the economic landscape of borrowing member countries by increasing private sector access to finance opportunities, and working with MSMEs to ensure their contribution to economic development is elevated and sustained. The main areas of focus are financing through lines of credit and equity investments, creating an enabling environment, technical assistance, specifically in the areas of enterprise development, trade facilitation, and economic integration. The flagship program for the development of MSMEs is the Caribbean Technological Consultancy Service, better known as the CTCS network. The main modalities of the CTCS network are skills training via workshops, on-site advice, training attachments, and the development of knowledge-based products. The priority areas of focus for this program are innovation, creation of data infrastructure, support for women-owned MSMEs and other disadvantaged groups, climate financing, access to finance and markets, youth entrepreneurship. The CDB, through the CTCS Network and Cultural and Creative Industry Innovation Fund, continues to target MSMEs and seek to enhance knowledge, skill, as well as operational practices using cutting-edge technology in the sector. Under the CTCS, for example, the bank has partnered with MASI to support the Nudge Caribbean Incubator Program. This project has been designed to increase access to MASI stores and other markets for MSMEs in Trinidad, Barbados, and St. Lucia. The successful completion of this project have led us to believe that this provides a model through which we can provide additional support to MSMEs, including those in the OECS. Additionally, approximately 2 million was allocated to TA support for the creative industry under the SIF fund. This generated over 150 jobs and had impact across 17 of our 19 BMCs. Further support for the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise sector is seen through the Regional Cooperation and Integration Unit. This is our focal point for matters as it relates to trade integration, international trade, and championing the bank's relationship with other regional-based institutions. This unit also supports MSME development, and one of its projects that was recently approved will lead to increased cocoa production through a US $600,000 grant. Additionally, the private sector department also engaged in private sector lending. A recently approved MSME loan grant facility of EC $10 million to the government of St. Lucia aimed to provide post-COVID pandemic relief for registered MSMEs. Also, the private sector, private sector investment, CDB approved over US $12 million from the Private Sector Investment Fund to acquire limited partnership in the Portland Invest Fund 3 that also provides equity position in other private sector projects or businesses. I'll spend the last few minutes of this presentation to provide a brief overview of a project that we think is critical to overall MSME development in the Caribbean, specifically as it relates to women-owned MSMEs. CDB, in partnership with the International Trade Center, have leveraged resources to develop a project in support of women economic empowerment in the Caribbean. The bank approved a TA grant of over $450,000 under the CTCS network to support the implementation of the She Trades Caribbean Hub project. Additionally, ITC will be providing resources to develop national and regional She Trade hubs. The hub will support inclusive economic growth in CDB's BMCs through increased participation of women-led MSMEs in trade by increasing competitiveness and greater market access for women-led MSMEs in the bank BMCs. The main objective of this project is the operationalization of a regional She Trades hub in the Caribbean to facilitate increased access to TAs, trainings, coaching, mentorship, networking, investment, and export opportunities for women-led MSMEs. The bank will act as a host institution for Caribbean with responsibility for administrative and operational support. The She Trades Caribbean Hub is expected to support at least 15 training courses and webinars. Training sessions will leverage over 40 existing virtual learning modules, events, and opportunities within the She Trades Global Hub platform. The main beneficiaries of this program are women-led MSMEs, business support organizations, and value chain intermediaries. The hub is expected to develop export competitiveness of women-owned businesses, create market linkages between women entrepreneurs and buyers in domestic and export markets, developing the capacity of BSOs to better serve women entrepreneurs, and creating an enabling environment for women to trade through championing quality data and gender-responsive trade policies. To join the She Trades Hub community, please visit our website at www.caribank.org and simply search for the She Trades Hub button to complete a short self-assessment survey and register for upcoming events. Or you can simply contact the OECS Commission Competitive Business Unit for more information. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that
Thank you very much. This is the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. We will now feature a PowerPoint presentation on Global Green Growth Institute. Presenter is Dinesh Deswani, Communications Assistant, Caribbean Green Growth Planning and Implementation.
Thank you and good day to everyone in the Caribbean and everyone watching around the world. I will now present my screen with the presentation that we have today about GGGI. There we go. Perfect. So I'm going to be talking about the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Initiative, which is partnered with the OECS and GGI Caribbean, and also explain what GGI Caribbean is about. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the agenda today, we're going to talk about what GGGI and the Caribbean Country Program is about, the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Initiative, which is partnered with the OECS, and the achievements to date so far for the program. Next slide, please. So about GGGI, but not many people know about GGGI, so I'm going to explain what it is. So GGGI has multiple places around the world that we serve, multiple governments. We actually have 43 members that are part of our organization. We're an intergovernmental organization that helps with environmental and sustainable growth, as well as social inclusive growth. Next slide. So our vision is a low carbon resilient world of strong, inclusive, and sustainable growth, of course. We do support our members, one of our members being the OECS, in transformation of the economies to a green growth economic model. And we're a trusted advisor and development partner for all our members, including the OECS. Next slide. The program started here in 2019, where we signed a memorandum with the OECS. And in November 2019, OECS became an official member of the GGGI regional hub. And in virtue of the membership, it helps with operating programs in the regional level in the Eastern Caribbean and further through that through the OECS, and at national level with partnerships with the OECS. Next slide. So let's talk about the Eastern Caribbean Greenpreneurs Initiative. So what is a green business? And we get this question quite a lot. What exactly is a green business? It is an entrepreneur or business seeking to address environmental or social issues through the products or the services they provide while building wealth. Next slide. So the program, of course, our donor is the Qatar Fund for Development, and we serve 6 of the OECS countries, including Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our partner, again, of course, is the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States. We do have national governments that are all part of these countries that are part of the program, as well as financial institutions and business support organizations in these islands. Next slide. So it's broken down to 3 different programs in the initiative. The first one, of course, being the incubator program. We also have the accelerator program, and we also work on an entrepreneurship ecosystem, building a green entrepreneurship ecosystem within the OECS. Next slide. So let's talk about the incubator program for a bit. This is a 12-week virtual training that was done recently. We just finished our 2nd cohort. In this cohort, we have a mentorship program as well as coaching. We have networking events. We have a pitch competition, and there's also a chance to get EC's 10,000 of seed funding straight to your business. Now, these are some things. We've had 2 cohorts so far. We just finished our 2nd cohort and graduates. And now for the 3rd cohort, all applications are finally in and the deadline has passed. So we're now assessing those applications, and we'll be looking to pick our 3rd cohort very soon. Next slide. We have the accelerator program. It's broken down into a growth stage business. It's for growth stage business support, of course, and we have an online data room, which we have access to investors. We also have networking and pitch events happening consistently. And we do have the open application right now for the interest-free loans for up to $50,000. And I'll explain more about that in the next slide. So there's 2 categories when it comes to our loans, our interest-free loans. We have the US $10,000 to the $29,000 loan, and we have a $30,000 to $50,000 US dollar loan. So what this means, this means is it's a non-interest-free loan that you have to pay back gradually. So it's not any interest or anything that you have to pay back. It's fully funded to you, and then you have to pay it back gradually over the next 5 years. But for the eligibility criteria for the $10,000 to the $29,000 loan, you have to be a for-profit entity in those 6 countries I mentioned. Once again, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, as well as St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have to have at least 1 year in operations for your business, and you must have a minimum annual turnover of $6,000 per year, which means you just have to be generating $6,000 US dollars per year in your business. One of the main things, of course, for green businesses is contributing to our KPIs for the green environments. So you have to have one of these KPIs, which are listed here, either GHG mitigation potential, a circular economy potential, increased resilience to climate change, or you're creating green jobs and a potential for further green jobs. The next slide will be the eligibility criteria for the 30 to 50,000. So it's similar. Again, you need to have a for-profit legal entity in these 6 countries. But the change here is you have to have at least 2 years of operation and a minimum average turnover of $30,000 per year. Again, you have to meet the same KPIs for the environmental friendly development or low carbon developments, which is GHG mitigation, circular economy, increased resilience to climate change, as well as green jobs creation potential. The next slide. So how do we assess it? We have applications open right now on our website at caribbeangreenpreneurs.com or on Facebook at GGGI Caribbean Facebook or Twitter GGGI Caribbean. That's GGGI Caribbean on either Facebook or Twitter. And of course, Caribbean Greenpreneurs is spelled CARIBBEANGREENPRENEURS. So that's caribbeangreenpreneurs.com is where the applications are. This is the assessment and criteria and selection. Of course, you have a breakdown of what we assess. We do assess financial viability, alignment with national and regional targets, because we want to make sure that your green targets are meeting the national targets as well. The GHG mitigation and adaptation potential we talked about, which are part of the eligibility criteria, and the green economic recovery and co-benefits that you have with after COVID, of course. As well, we have the program shift potential. Well, how is your Pentagon shift potential of how your program is, how your business is helping achieve certain sustainable goals in the Caribbean, as well as the Eastern Caribbean. Next slide. Of course, the applications are right now open for the interest-free loans. And to be considered for it, of course, you can apply. The deadline is June 8th, so we're fast approaching the deadline, about 20 days left. But you can go and check out the program, check out the forms, check out the criterias, make sure you meet the criterias, check what you have to fill out, make sure you go over it a few times before you fill it out so you know exactly what you need and what documents you need as well. So if you're interested, again, the website is Caribbean Greenpreneurs, that's GREENPRENEURS.com, or you visit our GGGI Caribbean on Facebook or Twitter, and the application link is right there for more information. The next slide. So just recently, we were very proud, very, very proud to, announce 2 green entrepreneurs who were awarded interest-free loans. And that is, of course, Green in the Caribbean and Solar Life Solar. Those organizations have done so much for green entrepreneurship in the Caribbean, and they were awarded the $50,000 interest-free loans for their company. Next slide. So some of the achievements, I just talked about the 2 interest-free loans that we were awarded. In the incubator program, we've almost trained 35 teams so far in the last 2 years. We've got trained 49 individuals. We've given away almost $90,000 in some distributed with seed funding. The incubator graduates, we have 20 total. We just had our graduation last week, so we added a few in there. One of the most important things, and one of the things I'm proud about, is the female-led teams. That about 77% of our teams are female-led, and 15 green women grants were given. So out of the 20 grants we were given, 15 were women. That's very important for us for the green environment and social environment. The next slide. Here's more information of what we've done so far with GGGI Caribbean and the OECS, and our partners, of course, are the Qatar Fund for Development. So this is more of what the breakdown is. We have launched the second call for applications for the interest-free loans, and we hope that you do apply or get some more information and learn how you can apply and eligible. We do train a lot of volunteers, mentors, coaches, and guest speakers from around the Eastern Caribbean and around the world, actually. So we have a lot of training and how we get a lot of coaching, a lot of mentors in the program. And we just announced the first cohort of our interest-free loan recipients, which I just mentioned earlier as well. The next slide. And thank you very much. And if any need more information, of course, the website again is GGGI Caribbean on Facebook and Twitter. It's right there, GGGI Caribbean, as well as Caribbean Greenpreneurs, that's GREENPRENEURS.com for more information. And of course, you can contact me anytime at dinesh.daswani@gggi.org. It's on the screen there for any information that you need. That's my presentation, and thank you for listening, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for your time and for your comprehensive presentation, Dinesh. This is the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. We'll be back with some more booth visits.
Do you want to support youth innovation? Do you want to fulfill your business's corporate social responsibility? Do you want to feel inspired to live an eco-friendly lifestyle? And most of all, do you want to earn rewards? Well, look no further than the We Planet Inc. booth. We Planet is a non-profit social enterprise that is raising eco-consciousness through innovative incentive-based solutions. We developed an app that rewards you for living an eco-friendly lifestyle. See you at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo.
Are you interested in high-quality animation and film content to promote your brand or organization? Look no further than Malfini Film and Animation Studio Inc. Our team of experts specialize in providing customized solutions for your animation and film production needs. With a proven track record, we are the perfect partner to help bring your vision to life. So, why not come and visit our booth at the Oecs Trade Exhibition? We'd love to discuss how we can help you create content that is both educational and entertaining. See you at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo.
And certainly a pleasure having you guys at the Virtual Trade Expo right here. So we are not quite done. Let's take a tour again and visit some more booths by our exhibitors. Exhibitor number 1, the Collab Studio from Martinique. The Collab Studio was created with 2 objectives: to get talented artists the visibility and fame they deserve so they can afford to produce more, and to surround everywhere with art, making it more accessible and visible, not locked in a museum or gallery. We believe that art is a universal language that has the capacity to bring people together and get others to reflect on deep societal and cultural topics. That is why we are so passionate about amplifying the voice of artists through various opportunities, including brand partnerships. We collaborate with curators, tech advisors, and artists who share the same vision. Let's check out the Collab Studios company profile from the island of Martinique. Created to get talented artists the visibility and fame they deserve and help them to produce more. Okay, so the Collab Studio from Martinique believes art is a universal language. It has the capacity to bring people together. I believe that as well. So you could check out the company profile, leave a virtual card, to chat with a company representative, get the info you may request. As you could see here to the left side of the screen, the socials and contact information available. Thank you. At this time, we present a promotional video of the Collab Studio from Martinique.
Art and culture really have the power to boost tourism. So we decided to promote Martinique destination in East London, Shoreditch, through its artists and culture. So we curated visual artists and photographers that were not only proud to be from Martinique, but whose style aligns with the trendy and avant-gardist neighborhood of Shoreditch in East London. With the selected artists, we co-curated a live immersive experience with live art, live music, exhibition. We were portraying some social issues of Martinique, but also fashion editorial to this international standard. Through this intimate event, we really wanted to bring people in Martinique for a couple of hours and also create the special connection, the special relationship with the artists. Art lovers and trendsetters from the multicultural area of London came to appreciate the art and the artists from Martinique.
Right, thank you. Merci. The Collab Studio from Martinique. We are looking good. Let's head across to the British Virgin Islands. Attention to Detail Limited. Attention to Detail is a company that is geared towards the exterior and interior cosmetic upkeep in open-air parking at airports in the Virgin Islands. Attention to Detail also polish aluminum, stainless steel, and other metals. Attention to Detail Limited, British Virgin Islands. Check out the company profile, information in there. At this time, we present a promotional video. Attention to Detail, British Virgin Islands. All right, attention to detail. Thank you very much from the BVI. We are just blinging everything. Thank you again. Attention to detail. Well done. Let's head across to the member state of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Grenadines Gold. Grenadines Gold is a wellness company from St. Vincent and the Grenadines that markets and supplies products made from sustainably harvested sea moss. We focus on developing a nutrient-dense product loaded with several minerals needed by the body. We carry 3 varieties of dried natural sea moss and a suite of sea moss products that contain 100% sea moss and can easily be added to your daily health regimen. Our sea moss is cultivated in the pristine waters surrounding our Grenadine Islands, utilizing natural harvesting techniques that employ monitored processes for the protection of the marine environment. Grenadines Gold. Have a quick look at the company profile, email, and socials, all the information on there. Thank you. At this time, we show you a promotional video of Grenadines Gold, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. From St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you so very much for being part of this exposition. We now move across to Antigua and Barbuda, Fulfilling Purpose Inc. Fulfilling Purpose Inc. serves individuals who believe they were created to be and do more. Individuals who are tired of the mundane and desire to live a rewarding life. Individuals who are looking to catapult their lives to the next level. Our workshops, book publishing, and business consultancy services will help you discover and give birth to your God-given purpose. You will be able to refine your gifts and use them to positively impact the world around you. If creating a lasting impact is what you seek, we will help you to fulfill that desire. The knowledge and experiences are worth sharing. We will help you capture them in a book and publish it to the world. Fulfilling Purpose Inc. Profile here, well presented. You can contact folks of Fulfilling Purpose Inc. Email information on there. YouTube links. Thank you very much. Now for a promotional video.
Hello, I am Janice Henderson, founder and CEO of Fulfilling Purpose Inc. The pandemic impacted each of us, some more than others. Throughout the pandemic, many were fearful. Many persons were hurting and experiencing hardship. Thus, they became discouraged. Some lost hope, and others their faith in God. I wanted to be a beacon of positivity throughout that time. Thus, I wrote A Walk of Faith 30-day devotional to revive hope and help strengthen faith during times of difficulties. In order to publish that book, I gave birth to Fulfilling Purpose Inc. And 5 months following the publication of the A Walk of Faith devotional, I published my 6th book, Unleash the Greatness Within. We want to be a regional leader in the publishing industry. We help authors to share their stories, and our key values include quality, integrity, and teamwork. We offer services such as book publishing, consultancy, and coaching, as well as other services. Many people desire to publish a book, but they find it a daunting task. They do not know where to begin, but it doesn't have to be intimidating. Fulfilling Purpose Inc. can help you to fulfill your dreams of publishing a book. We offer 2 packages. Our starter package, which is a 3-month package. We help authors to publish their book, providing professional editing, formatting, book cover design, ISBN assignment, US copyright registration, and publishing your books on Amazon. Your investment for this solution is $800 US. Our second package is the Essentials package, which is a 3 to 6 months package. You get all the features of the starter package, but here you get a competitive advantage. We help you to market your book to create greater impact. We assist with a 90-day book launch media campaign, producing an electronic media kit, as well as social media page setup on a maximum of 3 sites. Your investment is $1,500 US. You'll be able to share your stories, knowledge, and experiences. You will have a book that you are proud of, and your stories will positively impact the lives of others. There are stories within you. If you conceptualize it, we will help you refine and publish it. I invite you to schedule a consultation at www.publishpurpose.com. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Fulfilling the Purpose Inc. I have a few stories myself to share, and I'm hoping that you guys could help me publish it at some point. Now to the island of Guadeloupe, S-Bio Group. You are a cosmetic manufacturer, a raw material supplier, or about to start your cosmetic journey. You all have the same objective: supply safe products to your customers. Our consulting company supports your business in launching compliant products in the Caribbean, the EU, and US market. Thanks to 15 years of experience and a cosmetic chemistry background, you will benefit from a reliable expert insight and a tailor-made follow-up. Our approach is both holistic and systemic. We take into account all aspects of your cosmetic project. Our clients rely on us for their formulations, technical assistance, tests, management, writing of technical documentation, sourcing of equipment, writing of regulatory files, and scale-up. S-Bio from Guadeloupe. We believe your cosmetic brand is valuable. We believe that your products deserve expertise. We help you highlight your Caribbean creativity. Let our expertise be your guide. Learn more about our scope of services and take your cosmetic business to the next level. Contact us now. Telephone number, email information, socials. You could chat with a representative, leave a virtual card, and so much more. Let's show you this promotional video. S Bio Group. Thank you very much. And we thank our exhibitors for participating in this expo. So many creatives in terms of the products and services offered here by our many exhibitors. We'll be back with our next fireside chat right after this message.
The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank is rolling out Dcash, the next step in the evolution of the EC dollar. Use Dcash to send and receive money to and from friends and family. Make payments directly from your smart device. Make payments from wherever you are. Download the app from the Google Play or Apple Store and sign up, or visit dcashec.com for more information. The future of the EC dollar is digital. Let's make history together.
Thank you very much. We say thank you and welcome to all the folks tuned in, viewing from the various islands, Dominica, Antigua, Montserrat, all the islands, and the rest of you all across the globe. Well, it's time for another fireside chat, session number 3, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB Spotlight. The moderator is Dr. Valda F. Henry, Deputy Governor, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB.
Virtual Trade Expo. At the ECCB, we pledge our full support to it, and we hope, and I'm sure, you are having, the day so far has been going very well. This afternoon with me for the fireside chat is our Chief Director of Policy, Ms. Tracy D. Polias. And we'll be looking at the financial sector, competitiveness, opportunities, challenges, and opportunities for growth. Before, however, we get into the real chat with Ms. Polias, I want to just give a brief, overview of the ECCB, our vision, our mission, our strategic pillars, our theaters of transformation, and the big push for our 20-year view. That comes October 1st, 2023, we will celebrate 40 years at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. On January 19th, we launched a renewal celebration. And at our launch on January 19th, Governor spoke about the big push. What will it take to double our economies in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union over the next 10 years? As part of our big push and getting there, our strategic pillars, we are premised on 5 key strategic pillars. One being financial stability, payment system modernization and financial inclusion, environmental, social, and corporate governance, data and digital transformation, and operational effectiveness. All 5 pillars have dovetailed into our theaters of transformation: food and nutrition security, renewable energy for energy security, broadband connectivity and digital economy, and access to credit for financial inclusion. And I know that especially that last one will be key and the MSE sector would be keen to find out what it is we are doing at the ACCB to foster access to credit and financial inclusion. Because studies, especially in our region, have shown that access to capital is one of the key challenges of the MSME sector. And so Ms. Polius will be addressing some of our issues in getting this to happen. But at the ACCB, we see ourselves, our vision, to be a more central bank that supports monetary and financial stability and supports socio-economic transformation for thriving currency union. And our mission, advancing the good of our people, where they do not just strive, but they thrive as we work towards the transformation of the ECCB. Without much any further ado, Ms. Tracy Polius, good afternoon and welcome to the Fireside Chat at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Deputy Governor Henry.
Thank you. So, Trace, as part of our topic in terms of financial competitiveness, I asked with a simple question. What is the role of financial sector, the financial sector in the ECCU?
Thank you very much for this question. So the financial sector, I'd like to start with a definition, is a combination of all of the financial institutions, our banks, our credit unions, insurance companies, money business services, all of those financial institutions. Financial markets, our Eastern Caribbean Securities Exchange, our regional government securities market, as well as the underpinning legal and regulatory framework that supports the operation of those financial institutions and markets. So it is all that. The role of the financial sector within the economy is varied. They are broadly four main roles. The first relates to payments. The financial system facilitates payments. So for every activity on the real side of the economy, the financial sector must support some type of financial transaction to ensure that transaction takes place. So that is the payment system. The second is what we call financial intermediation, and that is the process by which the financial sector makes available resources that it has accumulated through surplus depositors, persons who place their funds within the financial sector, and the financial sector leverages those funds to borrow those funds to deficit investors to facilitate activity within the economy. So the financial sector is responsible and supports financial intermediation within the economy. And the financial sector also supports liquidity transformation or the provision of liquidity, a process whereby persons could convert their assets. You have a government bond, for example, you could convert those into cash and utilize during a period where you need liquidity. And then there's also a process of risk transformation and risk management. So these are broadly the roles of the financial sector as we see it and as the literature provides for.
Thank you so much for this, Tracy. So now we ask, what are the challenges? You have outlined four broad goals of the financial sector, but what are the challenges facing the financial sector in our ECCU region?
So the financial sector, as I said before, is really an intermediate sector. It allows for activity. It supports the development of activity on the real side of the economy. And it's intermediate in that it allows for the efficient delivery of transactions and activity on the real side of the economy. And for it to do that, the financial sector itself must be efficient. The financial sector itself must find itself in a position where the framework within which it operates is fit for purpose. So in the Eastern Caribbean, there are some challenges. One relates to, for instance, the collection on collateral, and that relates to what we call our insolvency framework, the framework by which after a financial firm or after a commercial bank or credit union has borrowed money to an entity, an individual, if that person cannot repay, then the financial institution can collect on that. In many instances, our insolvency framework is weak and it is difficult to collect on that collateral. And so that is an area where we would need to see some improvement to ensure that the financial sector is functioning the way it is, and that the resources that people place with the financial sector is not at stake. The second area relates to what we call access to credit. And many people who may be listening would know of, for instance, of the World Bank Doing Business report, which has been suspended since 2020. The last publication was 2020. But nevertheless, the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, the member countries of the ECCB, have generally fallen very low in that ranking. So the highest ranked country would be at around 152, and the lowest at 165 out of 190 countries for access to credit. So with respect to access to credit, there is much work that needs to be done in terms of improving the access, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises, which are being showcased at this event, providing credit to that sector. So that's another area that there is some work that should be done. So I've spoken to insolvency and access to credit. We could also speak about the range of financial instruments in terms of diversification of the financial sector, and that we could speak about. And that is related to access to credit, and it's called related to access to credit, how many different financial instruments could be utilized and leveraged, the range related to the type of firms that you would have, that firms could utilize to access to enhance to use for growth, to access credit for growth in various areas. So I've highlighted a number of areas. I'm sure I am missing some, but DG Henry, we could move on from here.
Thank you for that, CDP, which is Chief Director of Policy or acronym at the CDP. CDP, you mentioned about insolvency, you mentioned about access to credit, you mentioned about the diversification of the financial instruments available. How does the high NPLs, non-performing loans, one of the challenges faced by the sector, and how is that linked to the other areas you have mentioned?
So the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, again, we, from the commercial banking perspective, we do have a significant level of high non-performing loans, and the NPLs typically are above the threshold that we've set for them, which is 5%. So many of our financial institutions would have non-performing loans that are in excess of 5% of the loan portfolio, and that phenomena in particular is related to the whole issue of access to credit and the risk management for commercial banks, and how they see themselves being able to monitor and screen borrowers for effective risk management and effective credit management of their portfolios. And that is one area that we would also want to see some improvement. So if you can screen your customers or your borrowers effectively, on the back end, what you might see is that you would need to collect, on the collateral, and therefore, of course, we have the problem with the insolvency frameworks as well. So certainly, Dr. Henry, non-performing loans is an issue, and it is an area where we are looking to do some reform or have some policy interventions.
Thank you, CDP. Will come in terms of a bit later in terms of what are the interventions that the CCB is hoping to put into place or is working on putting into place to address some of the challenges. But I want to go back to, a comment you have made. You've talked about the real sector. For the average person listening, what is the real sector? Can you just break that down a bit so that the average person listening will understand the context from where we take this discussion? Thank you.
So, the real sector of the economy represents all of the areas where where economic activity occurs. So, the tourism, manufacturing, construction, all of those sectors that where you have real economic activity taking place. And while I said the financial sector is an intermediate sector, because the financial sector is actually providing finance and support to allow economic activity in those sectors: tourism, manufacturing, construction, and and other service sectors as well, ancillary service sectors, transportation, wholesale and retail. These the financial sector is facilitating activity within those sectors.
Thank you very much for this explanation. What are the opportunities? What are some of the interventions that the ECCB is embarking upon to address some of the challenges that you outlined in your response earlier? Thanks.
So one of the challenges I mentioned earlier was the ability of commercial banks to adequately screen and monitor the customers. And commercial banks and credit unions, deposit-taking institutions, they do that. They utilize whatever information is available to them to be able to screen, to say who is a good credit risk, who is a bad credit risk, screen their customers to ensure that these persons can repay, or these institutions are able to repay whatever funds that have been loaned to them after these contracts have been signed. So one of the interventions we hope to implement is the credit bureau. It's I think it's very close to commencing operations based in Antigua. The legislation has been passed in 7 out of 8 of our member countries. And this credit bureau is going to assist with the ability of financial institutions, commercial banks, credit unions in effectively screening their customers, because the credit bureau will be able to assign a credit score, which is what typically obtains in developed markets, to an individual or an institution based on their historical patterns of settling their obligations. So that is with respect to the ability to screen and monitor borrowers. We spoke about the ability of financial institutions and businesses to collect on collateral and to adequately resolve the operations of a business or an entity that is not doing well. How do we do that? And with respect to that, we are supporting our member countries in the implementation of insolvency reforms or implementation of adequate solvency frameworks to ensure that, for instance, a business that may be having difficulties can be reorganized to ensure that it is a going concern, or if it cannot be reorganized, that it could be settled so that you could have, for instance, effectively, so the assets could be sold and to allow for payment of whatever obligations that company might have had. But I would say that the emphasis should be on ensuring that you have firms remain a going concern. So that is insolvency. With respect to the payment system, we want to ensure that persons have a broad range of payment modalities available to them. There are quite a few. And we also want to ensure that we support the operation of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, which is a single financial space, economic and financial space. And because of that, we've launched the digital version of the EC dollar in pilot, known as Dcash, to support the payments, another mode of payments, and in the form of being safer, faster, and cheaper. And we also have, in terms, since the financial system is a repository of significant levels of financial savings of our people, we want to ensure, one, that financial institutions remain broadly stable, right? And so that they could support the economic activity within the economy. And because of that, we are looking at the introduction of deposit insurance to, in the event of any failure financial of a commercial bank or deposit-taking institution, to support persons not losing all of their financial resources, as well as looking at improving the regulatory framework to support the financial system, to ensure that the financial firms, credit unions, banks, insurance companies are stable, are broadly stable.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to mention one major area that we are looking to support economic activity, especially in terms of access to credit for small and medium-sized enterprises. It is the establishment of the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee, the ECPCGC, which was established with contributions from our member countries to support a guarantee program for small and medium-sized enterprises within the Eastern Caribbean, to support access to credit and to ensure that small and medium-sized enterprises have access to credit, so that you could leverage that guarantee program to expand to scale and expand their activities and ensure growth and maintain employment within the region.
Thank you, CDP. I know you mentioned some really good initiatives that ECCB is working on and ECCB has embarked on. However, in terms of, there were two areas I wanted to find out whether the ECCB was doing anything in terms of, because I know the customers have been crying out for some, I guess maybe not kind of greater regulation, but they complain about fees, they complain about poor service. I mean, especially persons in the MSME sector. Is there any work being done to, provide some voice for the customers with respect to that? And that becomes, that voice, or that need for that voice becomes even a bit more relevant and pertinent, considering the consolidation of our banking, the banking sector, and consequently our financial sector. Is there any work being done on providing some measure of greater oversight with respect to customer service fees for the financial sector?
With respect to this area, which we call market conduct regulation or financial conduct regulation, there are some initiatives afoot. Like I said before, we want to ensure that the financial institutions are broadly stable, but we also want to ensure that the persons with which they engage also get value for money, and that there's transparent operation of those firms within our market, because so therefore we've started some work on the establishment of an Office for Financial Conduct within the central bank, broadly to examine matters related to the business conduct of firms within the financial sector in the interaction with their clients and customers, and to ensure that there are no predatory practices, and that these firms are operating in an efficient and effective manner.
Thank you, CDP. But I also want to ask a further question with respect to that. We know that the financial sector consists of more than just the licensed financial institution, as institutions registered under the ECCB agreement and that the ECCB directly regulates. We know the credit union is a major player in our region, stronger in some more countries than others, but as it's a major player within the financial space. Credit unions are not regulated by the ECB. It's simply part of the non-bank sector. The question I have is there any plans afoot to provide some greater support for the non-bank sector and consequently provide some kind of greater assurance for persons whose main focus and main dealing may be the credit union sector?
The initiative with respect to market conduct will look at the entire market, so the broad range of financial institutions within the space. So credit unions, commercial banks, insurance companies, money business services. It's not restricted to commercial banks and licensed financial institutions, which the central bank regulates. It would be a broad-based initiative looking at the operation or the business operations of all financial institutions across the currency union. So it is financial conduct regulation for all financial institutions and not just licensed financial institutions.
I'm asking in terms of, thank you very much for this, but is there any work being done on an optimal regulatory framework for the financial sector? And if so, what is ECCB's role in that?
So we did start some work on an optimal regulatory framework for the financial sector, looking at how best the financial sector in the region should be regulated to support what we call the single economic and financial space. We have a single economic and financial space, which is all 8 territories. We have 8 members. But what we do have is a situation where we have multiple regulators. We have the central bank, which regulates commercial banks and licensed financial institutions. But at the level of the countries, you have credit unions, insurance companies, offshore banks, money business services, and so on, being regulated by the single regulatory unit. And what that creates is an opportunity for regulatory arbitrage, where firms could look for the areas, or financial institution may look for the country where the regulatory hand is lightest and register in that jurisdiction while trying to do business across the financial space. So the objective of that initiative would be to find some regulatory arrangement that will allow for a reduction of opportunities for regulatory arbitrage, while at the same time ensuring that firms could operate across the entire financial space.
Thank you very much for this. I have one other question. You mentioned about deposit insurance, and that is in the works and coming. But I know some persons may be saying before there was some deposit insurance, since we understand that licensed financial institutions must keep a minimum savings with the central bank. Can you explain the difference, if there is any, for audience, please?
So what you speak about, Deputy Governor Henry, is what we call the reserve requirement. And the reserve requirement is a certain percentage of your deposits. I think in our case it's 6%, that is set aside at the central bank, held at the central bank by commercial banks. And these are held in the event of liquidity issues. Well, if there's a requirement for liquidity to the market, the central bank can provide that. This is a standard requirement in most commercial banking and central banking environments, where you have that set aside at 6%. In some jurisdictions, it's not 6%. Every country sets it according to how they see fit. But so that is what you call a reserve requirement. The deposit insurance is really a fund which is established and it's managed and it is invested over time that is set aside for situations where a deposit taking institution becomes insolvent and will allow for the payment of deposits, payment to depositors in the event that that were to happen. So that is a different type of arrangement. So deposit insurance really deals with financial failure of deposit taking institutions.
Thank you very much. So, just for clarification, you're saying the reserve requirement, which is mandated now at 6% of the total deposit, is to maintain the liquidity in the financial space, and the deposit insurance to protect the deposits of the depositors.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct. And let me just add that there's a big difference between the liquidity, some liquidity pressure a financial institution may face versus an institution being declared insolvent. So the differences are stark.
Thank you very much. CDP, our time is coming to an end. What are your final thoughts with respect to financial competitiveness, the opportunities, the challenges and opportunities in our ECC region?
What I would say is that the financial sector, there is undeniably, there is a very strong relationship between the financial sector and the other sectors within the economy that produce goods and services, what we call the real sector. And because of that, while we always measure the competitiveness of a country in terms of and we look at factors that impact on the competitiveness of a country, we also have to look at the ability of the competitiveness of the financial sector, the efficiency of the financial sector, the ability of the financial sector to be able to provide, to play the role that it needs to play within the economy, financial intermediation, payment system, to do so effectively. And that is also an important element and determining factor in how how firms within the economy could be competitive. So SMEs, for instance, if they do not have any resources for expanding or scaling their operations, they cannot become competitive. And therefore, the financial sector is key to the competitiveness of our economies.
Thank you very much. And so you've had it from the Chief Director of Policy at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Ms. Tracy Ford, speaking about the financial competitiveness and highlighting some of the areas that the ECCB has taken to facilitate and to get the sector to be more effective. And I think in particular for the MSME sector would be the ECPGC program, which is the partial guarantee program, and that program guarantees 75% of the loans up to a maximum of $750,000. That allows startup capital, for working capital, for expansion, and there are other areas that the ECPGC has extended to make the facility even more available to the MSME sector, working for the banks and credit unions and with other non-bank institutions will be adding on later. But right now, it's the banks. They're working for the credit unions, and I think there's an application for one of the credit unions in all member states. And I know they are in discussion because ECBGC, they were just on a mission in Dominic and they held discussions with other non-bank institutions. That is really one of the key areas for the facilitation of the MSME sector. The other one I want to highlight, CDP, just in terms of the summary, is the Bcash, which is as a means of payment for the less use of cash, but also for greater protection for the MSME sector. It also will provide some record keeping because it all your transactions made through the Bcash platform, whether in terms of the receipt of cash or the payment of services will be recorded, which the MSME sector can use in the compilation of the financial statements to show a record for even access to capital. We know that is key, but also the Office of Financial Conduct, I think, is a big thing and a good advantage for not just the MSME sector, but for all of us in terms of ensuring, a greater accountability of the players in the financial space, which can only redound to the good of the sector. But CDP, I want to come back to you for one question. If you had to give an overall assessment, somebody may be asking in the audience, when you speak all about financial competitiveness, how competitive is the financial space in the ECC?
Well, I think that's a very difficult question to answer. But what I can say is that there are quite a few gaps that we are working on bridging, which is our access to credit, like I said, is a major issue. And we think with the ECPCGC, we will go some places, access to a particular sector. But we need to do some work in terms of improving the entire legal and regulatory framework to support stability of individual financial institutions, but broad-based stability of the financial system, as well as improving, bridging the gaps where they exist in areas of such as risk management and access to credit and collecting on collateral, our insolvency frameworks. So we have some major gaps, but we are working to fill those.
And as you talk about the gaps that we're looking to fill, I know we have, in terms of the legislative framework, which is critical in closing any of the gaps. And I know we are putting together a lot of legislation that has been passed in a number of our countries to address those financial gaps in terms of the whole financial stability framework, the virtual asset, the modernization, all of those legislative actions are in train. Some of our countries have done great work in passing the legislation, but the good news I can say is that the governments and the countries where there are still gaps in terms of the legislation not being passed have all given commitments in closing them. And one of the countries that has done really a great job in terms of closing the legislation is St. Kitts and Nevis, where we are headquartered. Dominica has 3 outstanding legislative framework bills to be passed, and that commitment was also given to close it, as well as our other government. So I think we're on the right path in terms of making our financial sector more competitive, which will redound to the good of our region, but particularly provide the MSME sector means by which they too can grow their business. So CDP, I want to thank you. But before we end our fireside chat, it would be remiss of me if I didn't talk to you about our 40th anniversary celebration. I'm using my last minute to put a plug for ECCB at 40 celebrations under the theme, a year of reflection, celebration, and implementation. Few areas to highlight. One is the ECCB at 40 lectures. 3 of these lectures have gone on so far: Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, and St. Lucia. These lectures have been well received, the feedback positive, and we are really thinking of continuing the lectures even after the year, our 40th year celebration comes to an end. Our next lecture is Cardiff for Grenada on May 31st, and it is under the topic, Medicinal Tourism, Prerequisites and Prospects. Tune in, it will be carried live across all our stations across the region, ECCB Connect's Facebook page, as well as our YouTube page. Something else to look forward to is our virtual museum, which we're aiming to launch on July 5th. July 5th is a significant date in the ECCB history. Why? On July 5th, 1983, this ECCB agreement was signed by our 8 member states in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. So we're hoping to launch a virtual museum where you would be able to showcase and see all the history, the milestones, the people behind the ECCB. And that museum will not just be for the 40th year, that museum will be like for perpetuity, we hope. Another feature is our tree planting at our mentorship school. In all of our 8 member countries, we have adopted a school, and there will be a tree planting. In some countries it will be in June, and in some countries in July. We hope to launch that. Our ECCB at 40 Global Conference will culminate our lecture series. That will be held over a 3-day period, November 8th to the 10th. And in the evening of November 8th, the Sir Arthur Lewis Lecture, Memorial Lecture, will also be held. It's typically held in October, but we have brought it to coincide with the global conference, as well as the Bankers Conference, also typically happening in October, which will take place on November 10th. We will launch the ECCB at 40 Policy Handbook, and the key person behind that policy handbook you've met today. That's our own Chief Director of Policy, Ms. Tracy Polias. Again, giving a sense of the policy direction of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. There'll be a family fun day, October 1st, which will be our actual day of our 40th anniversary service, and with a family fun day. And in that family fun day, we will be honoring and celebrating all past employees of the ECCB over the 40 years. December 9th will be our award ceremony, where this time we honor and celebrate our current and present staff. And so it's just a tremendous, time. And one of the other areas I want to highlight, and there is more. So get hold of our ECCB at 40 calendar, is our Creative Arts Festival, targeted for October 28th, where we will be showcasing, talent and music and food from our member countries. And listen, there's one more. I did say it was the last, our Regional Youth Parliament. We are, for the first time, there will be a Regional Youth Parliament by the youth parliaments across our region. We are the sponsors of that. That will take place October 4th to the 6th. I can't wait for that, because the young people have demonstrated so much talent, so much, brilliance and intellectual curiosity. I can't wait to see them on display, all 8 member states. And for the first time ever, there will also be a youth symposium on the November 10th, which is also part of our global conference. So folks, check out our ECCB Connects Facebook page, YouTube page. Follow it, like it, so that you will be kept abreast of all of the work that the ECCB is doing to strengthen our financial sector, but also in terms of our year of celebration, our year of reflection, in celebration and implementation. Thank you, and I hope you continue to have a really great, you follow the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo, so you can grow, you can learn, you can network. That's one of the good things about trade expos. You get to meet new people, you get to connect, and you get to network. And while it's virtual, again, COVID has shown us the value and importance of virtual connections. Use that to connect with persons within your field, but also outside of your field, to broaden your network, so you give yourself and your business a greater opportunity for success. Thank you, and I want to thank the OECS for the opportunity to collaborate on the Trade Expo. And CDP, thank you so much. Miguel, back to you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Valda Henry. Indeed, so much to learn as we converge, we connect, and we collaborate. So many exciting activities to look forward to as the ECCB celebrates the Big 40. Once again, thanks to our moderator, Dr. Valda Henry, and to our panelist, Tracy D. Polius. Thank you so very much. We believe that the ECCB will continue to do all within its power to support economic activity and maintain economic stability across the member states. Let's remind you that you can evaluate this session by scanning the QR code shown right here on your screen. We now prepare for a digital art exhibition where some of our most creative artists have brought a few pieces for our eyes' delight. Our featured artists, Shadrach Burton from Dominica, Shalon Fadien from St. Lucia, Calvert Jones from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sasha Herbert from St. Kitts and Nevis, and Roland Benjamin from Grenada. Let's head across to the art gallery.
My name is Shadrach Burton. I'm a visual artist from Waterton Waven, Dominica. I've been painting since 1994. I first got into artwork through my father. He's also an artist, and he got myself and my older brother Garan into artwork at a very early age. My brother Garan is based in New York, and I'm here in the Caribbean for now. I got the opportunity to learn from a few other artists, such as the late great Earl Etienne and Ellensworth Moses, as well as Gregory Prince when I was younger. And then I got the opportunity to go to study art in China. I majored in oil painting, and in 2015 I graduated with my master's degree. After graduating, I decided to return to the Caribbean so that I can make a positive contribution towards my country and to help to inspire and motivate the next generation of artists. I've been doing so by first forming an artist association called the White Kubuli Artists Association. I've been painting murals around at schools, I've been teaching classes, I've been doing exhibitions, and a lot of other activities that help to get young people involved in artwork. The style of painting I use, it varies a bit, but I'm known for a signature style called the liquid fingerprint. Basically, what the name says, it looks like a fingerprint that flows over everything, but it's all about energy flow. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but it can only be transferred from one source to another. That's one of the laws of physics. And that's what I try to show in my artwork. Energy comes from the sun. Everything is dependent on the sun for energy. And the energy from the sun goes throughout every form of life. So that's basically what you can see by all the lines in my liquid fingerprint style. I also do a few other styles of artwork, such as at the back here I have a bit of impressionism, which is a lot of bright colors, a lot of loose brush strokes, a lot of fluidity, you know, just freestyling. I actually painted this live at the Jazz and Creole festival last weekend in one take, done in one take. We go out and I paint images, I try to send messages and help to uplift my community. Besides this, I also got involved in a bit of pop art. You know, I would paint a lot of superheroes, I would paint a lot of musical artists or people that are influential in terms of the music they do, because also music is a big part of my artwork and my process as an artist. I tend to listen to music, absorb the energy, and try to bring that energy out on canvas. So these are some of the styles of work that I use, and I tend to also do a bit of drawing, sketching. You know, I do a lot of ink drawings with my pen. What I do is I try to record the old buildings in Roseau, the historical buildings, because Roseau has a type of architecture that can only be, it's kind of unique to the town. You know, it's based on the 18th century French colonizers, sorry. And it is the type of architecture that was there from a few hundred years ago. So this is some of what I do as an artist. Some of the other things that I do to help motivate and inspire the next generation of artists here is I go into schools and I help to motivate the young people by speaking to them. Sometimes I do art sessions with them. I help them to get their artistic expression out there, help them to create something, help them to just do something positive with their time. I also do beautification projects in the community, murals, painting things that are interesting to look at, things that are pleasing on the eye, you know, so that people can get a good feeling when you're walking through the neighborhood and you see some artwork. In addition to this, I also am the CEO of our company called Robert and the Brand. Robert and the Brand is a company that deals with everything art related. So we do things from events such as sip and paint events. We do a bit of interior design, we do murals, we do canvas painting, classes for kids, and a lot more things that are just anything art related, we are involved in it. And in addition to live painting at events, I regularly paint at events all over the island. I've also painted at a couple events in China, such as the Westlake Music Festival and also the Fort de France Music Festival in Martinique. So it's just something that I tend to do in addition to my regular paintings and stuff like that. So you will get an opportunity to see more of my artwork at the upcoming exhibition, the virtual art exhibition that is going to be held soon.
My name is Charlotte Badler, and I was born in St. Lucia. I'm a visual artist with a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the Ontario College of Art and Design University, UQAD, in Toronto. I have worked with several different traditional mediums, especially acrylic, and also digitally. One of the most prominent themes in my work is women. I'm always concerned with portraying women in a positive light, emphasizing their complexities, challenges, beauty, and strength. Other recurrent themes in my work are love, life, fantasy, and my St. Lucian culture. Recently, I've also been exploring social issues, reactions to specific events in my work. My Caribbean heritage is represented in my work by the choice of strong lines and bold colors that to me represents the vibrance of Caribbean life. My work as an intuitive artist comes from my imagination, dreams, and latent memories. I naturally move in and out of realism into abstraction in my pieces, blurring these lines to create an effect that is stylized. My intention with my work is not to copy precisely from photographs or nature, but to challenge myself to present common subject matter in a way that is uniquely mine. Although my work has appeared in print and online in many magazines and journals, the most memorable publication is Song and Symphony. The Song and Symphony booklet was a collaboration with internationally acclaimed St. Lucian poet John Robert Lee. Lee responds in an extended poem song to 15 large acrylic pieces that comprise the symphony series. This was printed for the annual St. Lucia Nobel Laureate event 2016. The publication was printed under the auspices of the then Governor General, Dame Paulette Louisy. The collaboration has also appeared in several literary magazines in its entirety, including the Connotation Press Congress, May 2017. I was convinced by age 10 I wanted to pursue art. I attended the Castries Comprehensive Secondary School and thrived under the tutelage of teacher and artist Mrs. Virginia Henry. My first solo exhibition was held at the Alias Possess de Saint-Lucie in the year 2000. Subsequent to this achievement, I participated in the annual Millville and Chasney Awards in St. Lucia and received medals, 2 gold and 1 silver for 3 consecutive years. In the last couple of years, I have participated in several online exhibitions. A submission to the Gallery Ring received a Crystal Award this year. I would like to thank the OECS for this amazing opportunity for creators like myself to showcase their work, gain visibility, and connect with potential consumers and buyers. I would like to thank you, and I hope you appreciate my submission.
Till much later on, I think. But never work for other people at what you do. Always remember that the reason that you initially started working was that there was something inside yourself that you felt that if you could manifest it in some way, you would understand more about yourself and how you coexist with the rest of society. And I think it's terribly dangerous for an artist to fulfill other people's expectations. I think they generally produce their worst work when they do that. And if the other thing I would say is that if you feel safe in the area that you're working in, you're not working in the right area. Always go a little further into the water than you feel you're capable of being. Go a little bit out of your depth. And when you don't feel that your feet are quite touching the bottom, you're just about in the right place to do something exciting.
Pretty? No. You're ugly. Yes. You're worthless.
You will never be good enough.
Ugly girls are not beauty queens. You are a painter. Stick to that. Poor Sasha. The duckling. Quit while you're ahead, sis. You just don't make the cut.
Pretty privilege.
She is confined ridiculed and dismissed. A demotion based on merit or merely the fact that her privilege does not exist. She is tarnished, looked down upon because colorism, classism, prejudice, and status remain the order of your enslaved existence. Subjugated by a society who sees nothing but an outward appearance and calls it ugly and unworthy. Perpetuating and brainwashing us girls with your Eurocentric ideals of pretty and unrealistic standards of beauty. Still, today that cycle continues, creating a circus around her beauty, masking her like a clown for the humor of your very elite society.
Shine the light on whatever's worse. Reflection is a disease of a nation.
When will we recognize this woman for the worth she possesses? Yes, the true ideals that does not aggressively seek to enforce your standardized indoctrination of thinner, blonder, lighter, taller, prettier, but those that reflect her superpower to break barriers, innovate, create, and empower. She is tired.
Whoa, hola, hey, whoa, hola. Only Rasta can liberate the people over hills and valleys.
I am done trying to fit in.
Her unprivileged beauty will not be tamed. She will dare to shift the gaze because her illustration is enough to take center stage. She will not apologize for her flat chest, thick thighs, lush lips, broad hips, and unconventional beauty because her soulful interior seeks not to find a place in your pretty culture, but to eradicate your ugly stigma. From the reach of her arms, she beckons to break, immersing herself into her infinite beauty, freeing her mind from this mental prison, shattering every glass ceiling, bar, and box, creating much life through her ability to find truth in color, plastering her brush across every barrier you've placed before her. Enough! She is resolute, exposing your lies, embracing her truth.
Sasha, I'll rather be soulfully beautiful, Nubian and free, than imprisoned by a pretty privileged society, because I am enough.
Wow. Such creativity and talent. I mean, come on. We are the OECS. So our artists, well done. Let's now visit our gallery.
So much to offer to each other.
Let's move on.
This is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. Right
art gallery. You could just click on one of the exhibitors' booths. Shalon, Calvert, and the rest of our artists. All the information in there. Some information on their pieces. All the details of the artwork right there for your information. Wow.
So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase.
This is here from Shalon, visiting the gallery of Calvert Jones from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you. Here we last heard from Sasha visiting her gallery right there. And these pieces are absolutely stunning and amazing. Contact information there for Sasha from the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Okay, a quick visit to Roland Benjamin, who we didn't hear from, but certainly we do have the works of Roland here on display at the Art Gallery. Roland Benjamin is from the member state of Grenada, the Spice Isle. Lovely pieces. And Shadrach Burton, who is from my homeland, the Nature Isle, Dominica. Our national bird, the Cicero parrot. Painting here of people in national dress. Features of traditional elements of carnival and island life. All the information, email, website, socials, all the information and more info on the various pieces showcased here. Well done again, and congratulations to all our artists and the rest of our exhibitors. Well, it has been a field day showcasing our creatives from the OECS. Thank our panelists and moderators for their insight on today's discussions. Thanks to our partners and the production team, and to you, the participants. Trust that many benefits can be derived. The booths are accessible up till 5:30 East Caribbean time. Tomorrow, we continue with more panel discussions. A major highlight will be the fashion and music showcase featuring top designers and artists, as well as a special music feature with Sherwin Williams Dupes of St. Lucia. So get your friends and other interested people to register and log in for tomorrow's program. My name is Miguel Labadie, and I look forward to seeing you on day 2 as we converge, connect, and collaborate at the first ever OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com. Building bridges across